It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems. That things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Marcus Young Morpheus, here with my lovely colleague. Let me bring her to the stage. Miss Teal.
Hey, what it do, guys? What it do?
Hey, I'm doing a shout out to everybody that I see in there. I see Miguel is here. Jackie's here. Chamonique is here. Apologies for running a little bit late. I always have to put my set back up and break it down and put it together and break it down. And so sometimes I have technical difficulties, so my apologies. But yeah, this show, I don't know why it didn't change the title on here, but let me look up what I titled it. I think I titled it Black History Month, Pam Bondi hearings, and missing something else, and NFL halftime show. Also, along with the Pam Bondi hearings, there's been some other hearings also. What's his name? Jeremy Carl. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. I feel like he's it's very fitting to talk about him and some of Trump's other nominees right now, along with Black History Month. For those who don't know, this is the 100-year mark of Black History Month since it's been recognized. And so it's definitely worth noting that and commemorating that milestone. At the same time, though, we still have a bunch of stuff, so we got to talk about everything going on. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I pop in for a second? My great grandmother is older than Black History Month, y'all. Mm-hmm. She died at 101.
Yeah.
And that's insane.
My grandmother would have been, let's see, she was born in 26, so she would have been the same age as Black History Month.
The hell?
Mm-hmm. My grandfather would have been older.
See, you get what I'm saying? Like man.
Well, I mean, all of my grandparents all put together would have all been right around the same age, if not older than Black History Month.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. I guess a couple of things also that I wanted to bring up is just kind of what's going on in this year so far, and it's just crazy. I'm seeing certain schools, like I remember when I was a kid, it was not controversial for a school to celebrate Black History Month, and at least you're gonna talk about the bare minimums, right? You're gonna talk about MLK.
Peanut butter.
You're gonna talk about George Washington Carver. You're gonna talk about Frederick Douglass. You're gonna talk about these pillars, the Rosa Parks. You're gonna talk about Thurgood Marshall,
W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yeah, W.E.D. I've been tongue tied for the last couple of days, so apologies. W.E.B. Du Bois. We're going to talk about Marcus Garvey. you know.
Oh, wait, correction. All right, I'm gonna tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
No, not all schools will talk about him.
Well, that
And
well that
and I hope
well
that starts our conversation about Black History Month. Because they
I
will
would.
pick and choose who the fuck they talk about. Martin Luther King will get a whole fucking chapter. Malcolm X will get 2 sentences. Marcus Garvey will get a paragraph. Okay? Let's come on. If they were controversial or they had too much static, you will not hear about them. I live in Virginia, and there is absolutely no reason why we don't have an entire section about Nat Turner when he came from here. My grandmother's
Yeah.
church that I was brought up in, my grandmother had her own church. I was raised in this church. That church was on the street of Blackhead Signpost. You can Google that motherfucker. I might even drop a link so you can pull it up. Blackhead
Mm,
Signpost is the same signpost that they put Nat Turner's head on when they caught his ass. Okay? They
mhm.
named an entire street for it. They just changed the name, what, 3 years ago? Three
Do
years
they
ago now?
still did they still have the name of that original town he was trying to go to? Was it Jerusalem?
Yeah, no, they don't name it Jerusalem. It's Boykins. It's Southampton County and it's Franklin. They separated it.
Mm,
But I went through that entire town. I did a project in the 7th grade. Let me tell you about Black History Month. In the 7th
mhm.
grade, I did a project. I can't remember my teacher's name, but I remember what she looked like. Fat white lady. And she was so intrigued by how intricate, like how I was very vocal. But our Black History project, it sucked. Everybody's doing weird shit. Somebody did like Cool in the Gang and was like, oh, the first rap group. Piss on the cave, piss on the gun. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, man, fuck all of that. Sugar Hill Gang. That's what his project was on. Sugar Hill Gang.
Mhm.
Somebody else did George Washington Carver. We had about 4 of those. We had 6 motherfucking Martin Luther Kings. And here I am waiting to tell my motherfucking story because I did Nat Turner.
Mm. What
I got
what
kicked out
oh,
the class.
what I will say, what color was your teacher?
White, fat white lady.
Okay, all right.
She did not
'Cause
let me finish my project.
that makes it because that's right, and I'll take correction. You are definitely correct. It does make a difference where you went to school, what state, what city, what school district, because I've had to learn over the years that all the schools, especially stateside, did not teach the same way and the same information. And some of those things, like I throw up George Washington Carver. Well, yeah, I did grow up in an area where we had a good amount of black students and black teachers and stuff like that. So some of those things that wouldn't have like passed even a couple miles over into the other school district next to me were not taught. I do see some of those questions about like Super Bowl stuff. I will get into that later on with the when I get into the halftime performance, but I did kind of just want to start out, strongly on talking about some of this Black History stuff. I One of the people which I feel like doesn't, because here's one thing which is interesting about how Black history is talked about in the States. It's not talked about from it's talked about a lot of times, sometimes even globally. Like they throw, like I remember plenty of schools, they throw Nelson Mandela in there, and I'm like,
Whoa.
I,
No.
I kind of
I'm
feel
not
like y'all
knocking him.
shouldn't. I'm not exactly. I don't feel that. I'm not trying to knock him or whatever. But Black History Month should be more catered towards Black history within the United States. Um, and I feel like that should just be like what happened with what happened with Nelson Mandela in South Africa. That should be something that should go into more global history.
World history, yeah.
World history. We should be talking about that kind of stuff. Just like I think there are many other events that are overlooked that should be talked about within world history.
Yeah,
But
because we don't really know what an apartheid is.
well, yeah, that there. I mean, when I was in school, they didn't talk about apartheid in school, like very, very little. Like they really kind of wanted, like it's kind of like the teacher was like peeking out the door to make sure nobody was like listening to her, kind of like give us, the game on what was going on. And you could tell she worried about, okay, this gets back to higher up administrators. I might get in some heat about talking about this. But she still did explain to us, about the different parties that was going on. She even explained to us some of the political struggle that was going on with Bob Marley, even though those are different issues. But back to Black History Month. I remember I was just watching the movie X the other day about Malcolm X, and He brought up about why can I care? I always blank on his name.
Elijah Muhammad,
Medgar Evers.
Medgar Evers. Oh yes,
He
that
was
guy.
talking about Medgar Evers. And there's so many people when you talk to about Black History Month, they don't even know who Medgar Evers is. And like how messed up it was. Like, for those who don't know, like how they assassinated King, well, they shot King at the Lorraine Motel and then basically put a pillow over his head and made sure he was dead at the hospital. For those who don't know, that's the true account. That's really what happened. He didn't die initially from the gunshot, but
Nope.
Medgar Evers was coming home, just pulled into his driveway and was shot from a man hiding in his bushes.
Yeah.
Shot him in his back while he's going in to go see his wife and kids. And
on his doorstep in front of his family. Executed.
Yeah. This man didn't have any, like, you could try to go at Malcolm for some controversy. You can try to go at Marcus Garvey for controversy. You can go at Martin Luther King for controversy. But Medgar Evers, clean. There was nothing that y'all had on him. That's the reason why they had to kill this man. And because he was being so effective. Other ones that I feel people don't know about or think about, which for those who don't know these names,
Fred Hampton.
Jot these names down. Jot these names down that we're mentioning, and
Fred
they need
Hampton.
to be researched. A. Philip Randolph.
Come on.
That's another one that I feel should be brought up. And for those who don't know what he did, he was trying to create a union for like the bus boys and stuff on the trains, because back in that days when it was segregated, most of the black men will work as, you know, porters and bussers and do all these different things, menial tasks on the train, chefs, meal prep, stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying a chef is menial at all, but I'm saying the way that they treated those jobs and careers and how they paid them. It's just like when you went into the military, there were only handfuls of jobs you can do. One of them was being a cook. Now, it's kind of crazy how much the military has flipped now, where you being a cook can be one of your, like, that can be something that can really set you aside and be looked at on a next level because of so many different trainings that you can receive. And that, depending on how far you want to push it, you can get out and become a Michelin chef if you want to. But it's just how different the respect on certain things are looked at now versus then, and so many things that weren't talked about. Martin Luther King's boycott of the buses. Did y'all know at the very same time that in a city in North Carolina that there was a family that had a whole fleet of their own buses?
Come on.
And they were massively profitable and doing well. And what could have been done is attention could have been brought to that to help fuel that industry. But instead, we worked on integration, and it eventually went to destroying that black business. So, I mean, and then Till already brought him up, Fred Hampton. No. So I know I'm crisscrossing and jumping different things. Yes, C.R. Patterson and Son. For those who don't know these, this is stuff that y'all need to be taking notes on this and looking up this information.
They also executed Fred Hampton. So Fred Hampton, even though he was a vocalized radical, he did not do anything wrong, in my opinion, compared to some of the other Black Panthers that they like to highlight, that I would prefer them not to highlight. Not saying that they should not be named with the stars, but I just feel that Huey P. Newton should not be the face of the Black Panther Party, with the fact that he did not, in my opinion, do as much as some of his counterparts that don't get recognized, that died the same. Okay, Fred Hampton was shot in his bed.
And
they
not
shot
only,
him in his bed.
And not
next
only
to his
shot
choice.
in his not only shot in his bed, give them more detail on how they got him like that, how they got the drop on it.
So our government was infiltrating the Black Panther Party so bad, and all they were doing was a free lunch program for everybody. It was not centralized for Black people only. Fred Hampton made sure that his political party helped anybody that was disenfranchised or in an impoverished neighborhood, no matter if you're white, Black, brown, whatever your creed was. But the CIA could not be happy with that. They did not like the fact that they were working together as the lower class to not be lower class anymore. They infiltrated his shit, his meetings, every fucking program that he created. They infiltrated it all. They sent crazy this is when I be like, damn, we really needed to keep segregation, because they will send people that aren't white. They had an Asian dude that was dealing guns from the CIA to the Black Panther Party. Can't remember his name, but I got the Black Panther freaking comic book, or the Black Panther Party's I have the comic book somewhere. I gotta find it right now. But nevertheless, I have an entire graphic novel about the Black Panther Party. But yeah, they shot Fred Hampton. There it is right there. They shot Fred Hampton in his bed while he sleep, because they had the drop on his ass, because the CIA can't mind the business that fucking pays them. Oh,
Yeah, they drugged him up.
because so he couldn't wake up. His shorty kept trying to wake him up. They kicked in the door and shot him while he slept. J. Edgar Hoover was in charge of that. Let me find it right quick.
They literally pulled her away, and while she's standing there kicking and screaming, while they shot him with her right in her face.
And not just like a foul. Like they emptied an entire semi-automatic in that man.
Mm-hmm. And he also pushed this is something which also separated him from the other Black Panther leaders. He also inspired the movement of the Brown Panthers and the Gray Panthers, and you even had the White Panthers also.
Yes.
And the reason why I applaud him doing it the way he did it, because that was a way to fight the racial struggle and have people who were not necessarily a part of your same group to be able to help, but at the same time not get into a position where views and other things start getting switched up. Like, for instance, the White Panthers, they were fighting against the white power structure, but at the same time they were able to throw in some of their own issues that they saw as white people that they were dealing with. The same with the Brown Panthers. The Brown Panthers were able to fight with the Black Panther to fight against this racial system, but at the same time be able to fight for workers, for brown people who were on a lot of these farms and stuff like that, who were not getting treated properly. And so because they were able to create this movement that worked in collaboration but was also decentralized, and also was collaboration across different racial groups, mainly pushed by Fred Hampton, because the other Black Panthers, they were like, nah, that's their shit over there. We don't really care about that.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying that they're wrong for saying we just want to focus on us. Some people can't navigate their issue and do the collaborations. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not throwing shade at those other Black Panther parties, which were doing their own thing separately and only wanted to deal with their struggle first. I mean, a lot of times I say take care of this issue that you need to take care of, and then move on to the next one. So I can't fault them for that, because a lot of times when you start adding all these extra issues on top of issues on top of issues, it gets so convoluted, and then it's trying to figure whose issue is going to get taken care of. Because when you bring these demands to power don't acknowledge everything, and they're not going to. They're going to pick out, especially you come to them with 15 things, they're going to pick out 2. Say, all right, boom, we gave y'all this, get the fuck out our face. And then what happens is you got the rest of the people in that movement getting left behind. I don't know. Am I right or am I wrong?
He's right. He's right. And just to close out Fred Hampton, being that he was my favorite, I just want to throw out the fact that, yes, they drugged Fred. He died. He was shot in his back, face down in his mattress. He was also the president of the NAACP's Chicago party. He created a recreational center for his city as well as he made the free lunch program for black and white kids. He had after school programs for the children and before school programs. He made sure every kid in his community ate breakfast.
This
It's
I'm not
ridiculous.
sure. Jackie asked this question: Was Fred Hampton's mother Emmett Till's babysitter or godmother? I know there was some connection, but I can't remember what it was. I'm thinking babysitter. I think that sounded right, but I'm not sure. So I'm like, don't quote me on that. Do you know? This
No,
is
but
where
I'm going to find out.
Yonina had a receipts already. Be like, yes, it was, and
Yeah,
and
where is
she
hey yo
also
yo?
she also was named by blah blah blah. She would have knew everything.
Yes, you are right, Chris H. You cannot have the rise of the Black Messiah. Talk about
Mhm.
my baby Fred.
Yeah, they feared, but also they feared this. That's the reason why they start taking out so many of these different leaders. Now, the only difference is I feel Malcolm was the only one where there was collaboration, where the I'll say the Nation of Islam actually wanted him dead also. And so they were willing to collab with the CIA. That's the only thing where I feel is different than a lot of these other leaders. I don't feel like Jesse Jackson was over there like, hey, we need to get rid of Martin. No. That's where I see the difference is.
And to Jackie's question, yes, she was the babysitter of Emmett Till.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was the babysitter. And then
Just like,
one of the big ones that was taught mainly like where I grew up was Thurgood Marshall was a big one.
ooh, yeah.
Well, think about it. I grew up in the state. You
Yeah, I was
know,
about to say you grew up in the Midwest for him.
separate but equal was argued in the Kansas Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things which set him off to being, you know, set him into being the first black Supreme Court justice, and well deserved. I mean, whether he would have been the first or not, that's a man who was definitely qualified to be a Supreme Court justice, unlike the clowns that we see today.
Oh, Clarence?
I'm not even just going on Clarence. Clarence is a disgusting embarrassment to me. But
Embarrassment to our community.
I think damn near all the Supreme Court justices are a joke compared to him. I think you put a case with him to go against any of the 9 who are up there right now, and he would decimate them in an argument. I don't think any of them, Justice Kennedy, some of the older ones, Scalia, Roberts, Kagan, none of them were on his level. There's another one that I'm forgetting. I feel like I need to talk about this one because he doesn't get nobody talks about him nearly enough. And Thurgood Marshall also, shout out to Maryland. He's from that DMV area.
DMV, baby.
But another one that I feel like never gets talked about nearly enough is Ralph Bunche.
Ooh.
You know, Ralph Bunche literally, like, many of the like the UN envoys and stuff like that now still like read into like what he did as far as negotiations and dealing with state matters and stuff. And for those who don't know who this man is, Ralph Bunche became a trying to think of what are they called, they head over to other countries, diplomats.
I was about to say a liaison.
Yes, liaison, diplomat. He was all of those things, and he was a liaison on part of the United States government dealing with NATO and stuff like that. And so, through the many different things that he did, like, people wanted him to get off into politics and all that, but he kept it basically on statecraft, and he only cared about trying to negotiate some of the biggest. There's so much stuff that he's negotiated on a world level that most of us don't even know that he's responsible for or things that were prevented that most people in the time were able to sleep comfortably in their beds without realizing this man was literally stopping countries from going to war. We're stopping famines and plagues in certain areas because of his negotiations. Not only did he get his master's and doctorate and all that, he had something like 15 to 30 honorary doctorates also. Highly, highly esteemed, highly educated, very brilliant man. And I think instead of your kids wanting to grow up to be the next Obama, grow up to be the next Ralph Bunche. That's what I would say.
Or Thurgood.
Or Thurgood too.
Or damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. Or Colin Powell.
Yeah, I mean, and even though I
Shirley Chisholm.
with what Colin Powell did once he got into his military, I mean, outside of his military,
outside of the military
politics,
thing, yeah.
But military career, this man was whoo.
Not
Yes.
Black James Bond out this bitch. You better. And I'm the same way. I recognize his hard work until he got showboaty. You know what I'm saying? Until he became the face of something.
I see him the same as a Condoleezza Rice.
Yes.
I still
all that
give
hard
her
work to be a
respect.
sellout.
Yeah, I give her all her respect and credit, and I'm glad that she was able to pry herself away from politics, and what she's doing now makes me like, okay, I can forgive that 8 years when you went stupid.
You lost your motherfucking mind.
Yeah, but you back to doing good things and smart, respectable things. I can deal with that. I mean, there's another one which I don't feel is ever talked about. Well, and I know about this one because I was in Air Force Junior ROTC. Benjamin O. Davis. He was a Black Air Force general who taught a lot of the classes for the first initial wave of Black pilots. And he's the one who was the general who was in charge of the Red Tails.
I was about to say, I swear he was a Red Tail name. So thank you for confirming that for me.
Mm-hmm. And so, for those who don't know about Red Tails, that's more homework for you. I know I'm doing it kind of in a boom, 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 just hitting you with stuff and moving. But
well, shit, we got 100 fucking years to get you in 35 minutes because we got a lot of shit to talk about. So here's your crash course in Black History AP.
Yeah.
This is Black History AP.
Yeah, it's Black History AP. We not just, if you don't know these things, then you need to go study up on those, and we keep moving.
Yes. Shirley Chisholm is one of my Black women that I like to talk about.
Facts, speak on it.
Shirley Chisholm, first Black woman to ever run, first woman, period, to run for president.
Yeah.
Okay? Held down the fucking fort. You talk about a pioneer. That woman right there was a pioneer for all Black women. People want to be Obama so bad. No, be Shirley. Somebody be Shirley Chisholm.
Mm-hmm.
And if we just get out of the political aspects of Black history, let's talk about other ones. Dorothy Dandridge, Harry Belafonte. They were also activists and actors.
Alvin Ailey.
Come on.
Yeah. There's so many that you could throw out there.
So many. Red Fox and Red Fox and Malcolm X were best friends. Dick Gregory. These are activists and
Jim Brown. Jim Brown was there too.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. You mentioned like you mentioned with Harry Belafonte, there was this like meeting of minds. And this was like Harry Belafonte, Jim Brown, Red Fox, who else was there? Malcolm X was there. Medgar Evers was there. And
wasn't Ali there too?
Ali was there. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Kareem was there also. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
You had all of these black titans and leaders within all of these different spans, which came together for civil rights. Like, okay, so how are we going to go about this, and which way should we do that? And that's when you had like true Black leadership and power. while you threw out another powerful woman in Shirley Chisholm, I got to throw out, Hattie McDaniels. She was one of the first black women to win an Oscar. I mean, powerful. I mean, there's so many people you can go into. I mean, for me, one of the ones that I always was pretty interested in learning about was Langston Hughes, and then I'll throw out Gordon Parks also at the same time. Those were fun people to learn about. Gordon Parks, for his artwork and for his writing and stuff like that, and the same with Langston Hughes and his poetry. My cousin, which he's not my blood cousin, but we how when you've grown up with somebody for all your whole life,
that's your cousin.
That's basically your cousin. It's like my aunt and their mom was best friends, and so I guess I could say my cousin Trey was probably maybe 2 years older than me. He went to Langston University.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Graduated from there while his brother graduated from Kansas University. But I mean, there's so many stories to go into. Said my mom's told me Shirley Chisholm's parents were from Barbados and Guyana.
She's actually, yeah, that is the truth. Benjamin Crump. Oh.
Well, yeah, I started that one. I was like, we're gonna make sure to answer that one. And this is one thing about Black History Month, which gets especially right now with a whole lot of the FBA stuff, things have gotten so convoluted. I get it that you're talking about what's happened in America, but that doesn't exclude people who've come, black people who've come from other regions to America and then became a part of the civil rights struggle also. Just like a Shirley Chisholm, they would look at her as she's a tether. Well, you would be saying the same thing. You'd be saying the same thing about a Marcus Garvey also.
Yes.
You would be saying the same thing about many of civil rights leader Harry Belafonte. You'd be saying that about many of them because there are plenty who came from other places, mostly the Caribbean, whether that be, Jamaica, Haiti, Barbados, Trinidad, Tobago, many of those places, and then came in to the country. Or there are some who left and went to Liberia when they were trying to make Liberia a place for people descendants of slavery, and they were going to try to make that a country for us. Which part of me kind of wonders, man, what could have happened if that could have, been something?
They would have came and tried to steal our resources like Venezuela and everybody else. The fuck?
I know. That's the reason why it's I've been more in this camp of, you know what, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I still think even if we did it right now in 2026, let's say in Montana or some shit, found some city and decided just, all right, all the Black people in the country all move there and build our brand new, Seneca Village, our brand new Black Wall Street.
It'll be burnt down in a month.
Exactly.
It'll be burnt down in a month. You just said it.
Or Lake Lanier. Or Lake Lanier.
Hello. Flooded us out. Mm-hmm. Rosewood. Let's talk about that part of Black History Month. Let's talk about all the massacres that they did. Rosewood.
And while you're talking about it, I'm not gonna play it, but I'm gonna put my old video up on the screen. Or actually, yeah, I'll go and find it. That way you guys can make sure to go check this out. And granted, if you do watch it, make sure that you're prepared for it's gonna be a little bit emotionally rough. It was rough for me doing the videos, but sorry, go ahead.
No, it's the truth though. I mean, right then and there, how many massacres? Mm-hmm. I mean, shit. Yeah, everybody keeps saying, why don't Black people just do their own thing? Why don't Black people? How? Mm-hmm. How? When we did, y'all didn't like it. Then when we tried to include niggas, y'all didn't like it. So what are we supposed to do? How we supposed to get by? How we supposed to do this? I'm waiting for answers too. I'm literally taking answers, writing them down. I'd like to know what they want us to do. Among other things that I've been asking on what the hell you think I'm supposed to be doing about this right now. But that in particular, oh yeah,
Yeah,
that right
that's
there.
the reason why I'm in a whole different frame of thought in this 2026. It's put me somewhere else different. And what I mean by it's put me somewhere else different is I I realize like I'm not tying myself to any of these groups anymore. That's something I'm doing in particular different. And what I mean by that, I'll explain shortly. But I'm aligning in short, I'm aligning myself with like-minded people who I can align myself with. I'm not gonna go playing the games anymore. Let's see. Here, let me put this on the screen. How long ago did I do those videos? Was it live? Did I do them live? No. I don't think I did the videos live. But I did one video and I just listed through some of the atrocities. Oh, here it is. So let me share my screen and let you guys check this out. This is in the videos section. And I'm trying to think. This one, post Civil War Black American massacres that I did 3 years ago. This one right here, I called it martyrdom. Prominent civil rights leaders and victims, which victims, some of the people were just one of them was so it felt it was so weird to even explain it. It was like this person was assassinated for witnessing a murder. This person witnessed that murder and got assassinated. This person witnessed that murder and got assassinated. A couple of them were they decided to become the first black whatever, first black deputy, first black mailman, and that was a death sentence.
Ooh, child.
This is the one. I don't know, Teal. Should I show a little bit of it?
I think you should. I think they need to culture shock is something that's been a part of our lives. It's in our DNA. In 1972, Jackie, he ran for president ran for presidency in 1972.
Which one should I show? I should show the massacres, right?
Yes.
Because you were bringing up about bringing up these if we were to start our own towns.
Yes.
So let me show this. I'll pull this one up real quick. Because this one, well, I'm on mute real quick. As you can see, I was starting to get a little gray right here. I don't know if you can tell. But here,
And now
I
he
guess
puts fresh fruits and berries in his hair like King Jaffe Joffa.
and while you saying that, I really do. Wow. But
It's just natural.
I did a little bit of an intro. And once I get past the intro, I will just go ahead and let a little bit of this play. And here, let me mute up. Was something which only a handful of people, not even everybody in the black community, celebrated that. But due to the proximity of my family growing up and the aftermath of what happened, my grandparents being born a few years shortly after that, and course, their parents being alive and being familiar with the town, it definitely had a deep impact on my family. And also being a holiday which was celebrated often in Texas, where I do have a lot of family also. Um, it's always been something which I've known about. So, and so after the Civil War, hopefully this is educational, and I would normally say hopefully enjoy, but a lot of these events are hard to enjoy. I just hope that we'll all be more educated and reflect on them. Thank you for joining me. One more thing, as you look into a lot of these massacres, one of the reoccurring themes which you will constantly see is a lot of these were full of rumors and had a lot to do with after the Civil War, blacks getting the right to vote. New York City, 1863. New Orleans,
Can y'all hear that?
Louisiana,
Can you
Yes.
hear?
1866. Memphis, Tennessee, 1866. St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana, 1868. Opelousas, Louisiana, 1868. Eufaula, Alabama, 1874. Colfax, Louisiana, 1873. Vicksburg, Mississippi, 1874. Clinton, Mississippi, 1875. Thibodaux, Louisiana, 1887. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. Atlanta, Georgia, 1906.
Mm.
Springfield, Illinois, 1908.
Setting these people on fire. Mm.
Slocum, Texas, 1910. East St. Louis, Illinois, 1917. Washington, D.C., 1919. Chicago, Illinois, 1919. Elaine, Arkansas, 1919. Oco, Florida, 1920. Tulsa, Greenville, Oklahoma, 1921. Rosewood, Florida, 1923. So let me hop over there and pause real quick.
You want first dibs on this?
Now you can go on ahead. I just wanted y'all to
Okay.
look at this map, and I didn't even hit all of them in this video. I just hit some, so y'all can get a taste. I didn't go into Charleston. I didn't talk about Detroit. I mean, I didn't talk about. I didn't talk about Philadelphia. That one, Philadelphia, 1985. That's the move bombing. That you'll hear Yonina talk about all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. I didn't talk about Camilla, Georgia. And then this is just
We're not
now
talking about
Negru's.
Philadelphia in the
Yeah,
60s. Like they
this is
never
not.
stopped.
This ain't talking about the Watts riots and all that
No.
stuff that was going on. I mean, I could have kept this going up until easily up to damn near the 90s. Stuff that was still
Rodney up
going
until
on.
Rodney King.
Up until Rodney King. And there was still more stuff that was going on in little towns in like Louisiana. For instance,
It's 2026 and we still have sundown towns.
yeah, for instance, Liz right now is watching what's the show? Dairy.
But yeah,
It's the
welcome to
whole
Deary.
Stephen King, it's the whole Stephen King thing. And
Yeah.
there's a scene in there where I won't go into full detail, but I'll just say something like this happens. And then they spin the story as if just an electrical fire happened. There's so many of these different incidents that happen that are completely swept up under the rug, that are blamed for something else. Numbers of how many people were attacked are just kind of ignored, wiped off. Let's not even pay attention to it. And so, and these are large scale massacres and riots. We're not even talking about where one or two, black kids were walking home and never made it home, or the Klan decided to just go into somebody's house and take somebody out of their bed and lynch them. We're not even talking about those, or how many times they went to a jail where somebody was presumed guilty of some crime.
Change of plan.
They decided to enact Klan justice.
I mean, Sandra Bland, Sonia Massey. We can name some real women. We can name some real names today. They have not stopped. The police have always been the KKK. And now I'm about to start my rant. I want y'all to take a moment to think about all the people that they murdered and killed and massacred. And y'all got to understand, like we just said, this is the 100th year of Black history. Y'all saw that all of those, the Tulsa massacre happened 100 years to COVID. We are closer to COVID. And that was 100 years since they bombed an entire Black community just trying to live and thrive. Think about the doctors, the chemists, the scientists, the authors, the writers, the actors, the activists, the veterinarians, the people that might have created something that might have saved cancer. Think about all the lineages that they killed and stopped based off of the massacres. Granted, that's what they wanted to do anyway, but it sucks. Because people always say, well, y'all have Black History Month. Yes, it's the shortest month of the year for us to revisit the fact that y'all don't let us live. And the majority of the 100 years that we're sitting here trying to reminisce is just looking at us just trying to fucking survive. That's it. We were just trying to fucking live. Our Black history is us having to go through the perils of living. That's what Black history is to us. We don't get to highlight the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's. That's the projects y'all want us to do. Y'all want us to do the Martin Luther King projects. Y'all want us to do the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's. Y'all want us to do the Magic Johnson projects. No, nigga, fuck all of that. Our history is us just trying to fucking live in this country that we didn't ask to get here. If some of us did get on those ships. How can y'all give us Black history and then within 100 years of us having it, try to tell us we shouldn't celebrate it? Now we have to have it taken out of textbooks. Now it's criminalized to even speak about it. When all of our history literally is trauma. The only reason we have these good stories is because you kind of let that nigga live. They could shuck and jive. They could shoot a basketball. They can follow orders. Those are the ones you let live. But the ones that might have actually did something in our favor, the ones that could actually get us out the slums, the ones that can get us out the hood as you look at your rapping friend, those ones, y'all had to kill them. I literally watched, I have a student drive. I don't know how this got into my my administrative drive, but there's a book report in my drive of a kid doing a book report on fucking Trey Songz. Trey Songz. That's what they chose their book report on. Fucking rape them, steal your girl, trigger Trey. And I put money on it that child knows nothing about the other people we talked about, let alone these massacres. I get riled up for my people because we don't even get the chance to breathe. And it sucks that I can't breathe is connected to motherfucking George Floyd when all in all, our entire existence in this country, we have not been able to fucking breathe. The Klan has turned into the police that has turned into ICE. They just get a different fucking 3 letters. They changed KKK to PD, from PD to the CIA, FBI. They killed all of the Black fucking Panthers. But in the same breath, they're going to tell us, well, you should get over it. Get over it? Any cracker that got the audacity to tell me to get over slavery, I hope I can smack the taste out your mouth. I really do. Because how dare you try to tell me, oh, just get over it, when that's all of our history anyway. No wonder you're trying to take it out the books. We have more massacres on this fucking map, not counting the ones that they didn't get a chance to get to the newspaper about. We have more massacres on this map than we have good Blacks to even make a book report about. This shit is crazy. So yes, welcome to the Political Matrix Black History Month AP class. Because we're going to teach you the shit that you really need to know about. Look at this map and think about how many fucking families are no longer in existence because their family died that day. No more lineage, no more offsprings. That name is dead. And it's probably shoved into an unmarked grave that we'll never see again. That probably got bulldozed over and a fucking Buc-ee's is fucking built on top of it. Think about all the kids that never made it home. The women that were raped and murdered and left in the woods. The husbands that were coming home from working a hard day of work and being strung up to a tree. Never heard of again. Children being burned. And they would bring their kids to watch it. So I'd be damned if anybody want to fix their fucking mouth to tell me to fucking forget when we are literally living amongst the children that watched it exist. The same congressmen that y'all tell us don't trust the government, no wonder their fucking fathers taught us how exactly they wanted the government to be ran. What's his name? Mitch McConnell, old fucking ass. I put money he's watched the lynching. I would bet my entire check he's seen a man get strung up. And he didn't bat a fucking eye. But he's worried about if his fucking name is in the Epstein file. That's what got him shaking in his boots. So yes, please don't be alarmed by the Epstein files. Oh my God, they're eating children. They've been eating us. They got a fucking book about it called The Delectable Negro. Go pick that motherfucker up too.
Yep.
When they finally got Nat Turner, you know what they did to him? They skinned him alive. They boiled his body. They made gnat grease out of him. They used his skin to make chairs and lampshades. You wonder where Ed Gein got it from? They put his head at the top of the road so that it could identify all the other niggas. Don't ever get an idea like this one. That's why his name. That's why Blackhead signpost is in Boykins, Virginia. That's why after COVID, them crackers had to take it down because they didn't want to hear or see what the fuck they did. So yes, I got kicked out of my 7th grade class because I let them motherfuckers know exactly who the fuck they were. We leave amongst sick fucks. And unfortunately, most of them happen to have very light pigment. And the same question always gets answered. Well, why don't the niggas uprise? Why don't they riot? Why don't they stand up? For what? For what? What's it gonna do? They eat white babies too, y'all. They eat white babies too. I'm done. That's my Black History rant.
No,
Professor Martin's gonna sit down.
The only thing that I would have thrown in there is, on top of Black History being February, the shortest month, they don't even really want to talk about it. They want to paper over it. They don't even really want to get into anything. Hell,
I told you, talk about them good Negroes, the ones that stay in line.
You're not going to give reparations. You don't want to mend any of the wounds, but yet you want to play kumbaya and pretend it's unity. How about just settle for peace instead of claiming this false unity? Like I heard the what was her name? The Megyn Kellys. The Super Bowl is about unity. It has never been about no damn unity. How is unity only when it works on your terms? Togetherness. The party only works when we play the music you want to hear. Now I got something that this is going to kind of overlap onto the Pam Bondi, but this actor, when he was saying some stuff, and he took it in a direction I wasn't expecting. I'm trying to remember, what is his name? Till, are you familiar with what's his name? McKay Brooks? I basically only remember him, and I know y'all get y'all little jokes out, but the show Desperate Housewives. when Alfre Woodard's character came on there, he played her like perfect son. And I've seen him in a couple of other movies. He got a real good movie out. My mom suggested me, Felicia Rashad and all that. But he's talking about Pam Bondi, but it's amazing how he revealed something on the race issues too. And that's why I'm gonna go back to what I kind of alluded to earlier, a statement that I was making. I said, at this point now, just looking at how I've been seeing stuff online, and Nina saying, can we talk about the FBA segment the ABC took down? See, and I'll talk about FBAs for a minute too. I'm no longer on a page of FBA, Pan-Africanism, Black and Brown unity, Black unity. I'm on a page of not even no Latino unity. I'm on a page of I rock with the people, person
Who
by
rock with
person,
me?
case by case basis, who rocks with me.
Thank you. Thank you. Because I was about to say something. Let me address
I,
this real quick. Can I say this 1 second? And then we're
Go
gonna get
ahead.
on that. So
Mhm.
I see Bad Cookies in here. Bad Cookie don't like me too tough because I'm racist, apparently. But I'm gonna tell you this one. It's
No,
not
I
a
think Bad
sundown
Cookies
town.
like you. I think Bad Cookies like you.
It's not, they didn't like me last time. It's not so much as a sundown town, Jackie, as you would get harassed. Baby, you won't make it home. That's
Yeah.
it. There's no harassment in a sundown town. They tell you at the sign. Because I live 15 minutes away from a sundown town that's actually still active. They just took their sign down 15 years before I was born. They took their no niggas allowed after dark sign down. It said, welcome to such and such city. Right underneath it, it says, no niggas allowed after dark. You're not going to get harassed. You're not going to make it home. Period.
But see here, Jackie,
But
this is what they do now. You've been having more of these judges that has been getting leaked their audio, right? And they've been like, yeah, every time a Black person gets in my courtroom, I throw the book at them.
Look at them. Yep.
I don't care what the evidence say. They going to jail if they come to my court.
And to build off of what Marcus was getting ready to go off of is I'm the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be on the bandwagon as a whole anymore. I can't even do it with my own people if we really going to talk about it. We've had so many sellouts that look like us.
Mm-hmm.
They be the first one to put us on the auctioning block. Okay? So no, everything that I do is meticulous and very calculated, and I support who supports me.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, if we both get stopped by the police, is you going to have my back? Because I know I'll have yours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a wild place to be when you can't trust your fellow colored brethren or sisterin. You feel me?
I got
Brown, Latino, Asian, the whole nine.
I got plenty of stories that I can give you about Black people being on my side and being my biggest enemy. Some of the people trying to make sure I was no longer breathing. I got stories of brown people who have been right there having my back. And at the same time, I've had other ones who have been calling me every dirty name in the book, wishing nothing but harm on me. So I'm not about all this or all that. Just like, for instance, there's plenty of Africans I see out there now who have been real big up in, Black people and trying to do a Black unity worldwide. But I do know at the same time, I take my ass over to Senegal, Gambia, the Ivory Coast. I can still get fucked over by those same Africans who say that we supposed to be we Black people, Black unity. So I'm not with all this this group mentality shit anymore. I'm over that. Also, I mean, granted, I'll talk about this later on with the Super Bowl halftime stuff, but looking at Bad Bunny's performance, I'm thinking, especially in the Latino community, there's going to be a whole lot more. Hey, can we just let bygones be bygones and be cool and be all that? And it just disheartened me so much reading some of the comments. And I'm talking about only between Latinos. So, and then on other stuff, I'm going through reading the comments from Black and brown people. And so I get some positive, I get some negative, and I'm starting to realize it can't be about this whole group and that whole group no more. It cannot be. The only way to keep my sanity and have self-preservation is to take each person case by case basis and deal with each person as an individual. Yes, is it plenty of white people who have been these devilish, evil people that have done these things that we've talked about throughout this whole video, the video and what we've talked about, Black history. But at the same time, have I had some white people who have had my back more than anybody and were willing to stick their neck out and literally die for me? Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
So I can't sit there and play this game and be mad at this white power structure and system and treat all white people like that, when I know even in my own hometown and cities I walk down, I am not safe to walk down those streets because another person who looks just like me can be the person who ends me that day. Just like I don't know how many times I've talked about it recently, or for those who don't know, I've talked about it plenty of times before, but before I graduated high school, I was a pallbearer over 10 times easily.
Come on.
Burying my classmates to gang violence. Some of it gang violence, some of it was just somebody was popping off at the mouth to somebody and they didn't give a damn about you, your family, how anybody felt about it. And when I've seen other Black people kill other Black people just that quickly, and I've seen brown people kill brown people just that quickly, and I've seen white people do some of the most horrendous things ever to white people also. It's no more, this is the good team and that's the bad team. Fuck all that. I'm not with any of that dumb tribalism anymore. I build my community on case by case basis, person by person basis, and that's it.
Prime example would be Emmett Till's cousin. Watch that boy get snatched the hell up. Didn't do shit about it. The people that got Martin Luther King killed, his own people. They shot him. Black men shot Malcolm X. Martin Luther King probably was shot by a white person. They just blamed it on it. So we, here's your justice.
But let's go back to that before for those who don't know, I think that's very important to talk about how Malcolm was taken out. The very person who brought him into Islam, brought him to Allah, as they would say, was one of the very people who was plotting on him as he saw him start to rise up. And that jealousy in his heart, like, I've been a part of the nation all these years, and this sucker just gonna come in right off the streets, and now he just gonna catapult above all of us. The jealousy, jealousy and the hatred. And you talking about these people are supposed to be brothers more than anything. And he got taken out because, you know what? I'm willing to challenge the leader. When the leader is wrong, no man is supposed to be above Allah, as they say. Well, now you have the honorable Elijah Muhammad, who out there knocking up women right and left, not taking care of his kids, lying about it. Some of these women even disappearing. And they all know what's going on, and they cover that shit up. And they get mad at him because after his pilgrimage, he decides, you know what? Y'all don't want me here anymore. Y'all gonna excommunicate me. Y'all gonna push me out the door. Fine. That's cool. Peace be with you. I'm gonna go over here and just do my own thing. And that wasn't good enough.
Nope.
Because it wasn't about the position he had. It's about the shine that he had. And I know within our community, you getting that shine can make you the biggest enemy to your own people. So fuck all this. No, fuck all that. Delineation. No, I'm doing the delineating from all of these groups. All of them. Because when it comes down to it, most of y'all not moving right any damn way and never were. Most of
Now,
y'all
like how
moving on hatred and anger any damn way. And that's not how I roll. Definitely not anymore.
so before we get on the Super Bowl to break that part down.
Before Super Bowl. Hold on.
Yo, Nina, I want to pull out the book of Judas, which was taken out of the Bible, gives a different light on his position. And understanding who Jesus was, if you believe in all of his stories, he knew of everything. And after reading the book of Judas, it made me think of things differently. Because once you read it, you'll see that in the book of Judas, it tells y'all that Jesus knew. And Judas had to do what he needed to do to release Jesus out of his flesh form to be the savior that everybody enjoys to speak of. But that's only if you read that book.
Well, it tells you that without even looking into the book of Judas, which was taken away. It tells you that I can't remember which part. It's in the Apocrypha, I believe, where that's still in there. If you get like a what is it, a 1611 copy, I believe it's still in there, where it tells you about how many of them were like, you know what, he keeps on rising up, and if he rises up anymore, all these other people are gonna start following him too. Mm-hmm. You don't want them following, and so you had the Pharisees trying to find reasons to get the Messiah convicted of murder, and then you had oh my gosh, you had the high priest who was like, don't you realize for the prophecy he has to die anyway?
Yep.
So I get it, y'all. You had one group of people who were like, yo, this is a prophecy, so it kind of got to happen. And then you had these other people who it wasn't about prophecy for them. It was just hatred and jealousy. And so it was always that hatred and jealousy that was always a component of it. And even though he had only his people around him, Hebrews, those were the people that he kept around him. Those are the people who started to foment the conspiracy. Now, there are also Edomites who were within that land also who wanted his death too. But that's a whole nother story. We're not going to go there. But anyway, my point is, oh yeah, it was always a conspiracy. And that led to that push. But I got to show you, once I show you old boy's face, you're going to recognize it. Granted, this is going to be talking about Pam Bondi, which I do want to talk about. But what he says in here ties to the issue that we've been talking about once he gets to the second half of his statement. So I got to show this. I already know this is about to spin you up.
Oh, Lord.
This is about to spin you up. So I'm just giving you your fair warning, Till.
Lord. Marcus was trying to get a rile out of me today. We talked about doing Black History, and I'm about to be riled up all episode.
The United States Attorney General. It's the first time I saw her in action yesterday. I mean, I knew who she was, but I didn't know how she was, right? And she got questioned yesterday about releasing the names of the trafficked, the violated, former children whose innocence was currency for power, but not releasing the names of co-conspirators, while survivors sat behind her waiting for the truth. I mean, these women, these powerful women, these brave women, they picked up the pieces of their own tragedies and stood united in a show of moral courage that no one in this administration has attempted to match yet. And Bondi, instead of answering questions, she attacked congressional members personally. And then she turned to the stock market. The Dow is over 50,000 points. The S&P is nearing 7,000. NASDAQ is smashing records. That's what we should be talking about. It was a deflection so abrupt it felt like a confession. Members of Congress asked, and a lot of us, I think, asked, what does the stock market have to do with anything, right? And as you saw, Bondi scoffed and mirrored the question and then said, "Are you kidding me?" And people, I believe, incorrectly called it a dodge, a non sequitur. I don't think it was. I think it was a glimpse of the plainest truth slipping through, a momentary removal of the veil of decency. Because in her calculus and in the eyes of those who command her, the economy's triumph outweighs the cries of the exploited every single fucking time. Hear me out. You see, the stock market was born in the same cradle of empire that tracked human beings as cargo. As long as the numbers climb, the moral cost is background noise. That's it. And this is no accident of history. It's the actual architecture of American ascent. We rose to power, refusing to see certain bodies as fully human. Now, I mean, I know a lot of you guys know what the transatlantic slave trade is, but it rose to power. It ignited in the 1500s, right? And the companies that were responsible for scaling it into an intercontinental enterprise became so vast, so profitable, they had to do something that no other companies in human history had ever done. They went public. First companies to ever do that. The private company was literally, actually, here's the crazy thing. It was called the company because it was the biggest company in the world. So people just called it the company. Think about that. And it was too profitable to remain private. So the Dutch West Indian Company went public in 1621 to fund its empire of extraction and kidnapping. Like today, investors speculated on success. Those who bought shares rooted for the company's victories, even though victory at that time meant more raids, more chains, more kidnapping, more children in dungeons. Inhumanity was not a byproduct. It was the cause. It was the purpose. It was the engine of the machine. Profit required indifference to suffering. And 1/3 of people who were trafficked were under the age of 15. Commodified as labor, property, and yes, sex slaves. In the sugar fields of Barbados, the life expectancy for an enslaved person was 25 years old, burned out by years of relentless toiling and labor and starvation and brutality. And the system just demanded replacement, endless replacement. Let's go, let's go, let's keep moving. Don't keep them alive. It doesn't matter. Just rape them and work them to death. There's plenty of humans in Africa, or as they would say, plenty of niggers in Africa that we can continue to do this to and exploit the precious gifts of God's breath instilled into their souls and usurp them for financial gain. Humans reduced to fractions of profit shares. And that's the genius of the market, right? Turning flesh into fungible assets to be bought, divided, traded, worked to death, and raped. And so now we move on contemporarily to child sex trafficking, and it's the same machinery refined. Epstein's network operated in the shadows of that original American capitalistic bargain. And Bondi's slip wasn't a slip. I think it was the mask slipping off. In the praising of the market amid cries for justice, she's revealing the Faustian heart of rapacious capitalism. It's rotten to the core. Endless growth demanding endless sacrifice. Back then it was chains, now it's hidden rooms. Then it was slave ships, now it's private jets. And yet we live in the illusion that these are separate stories, one of wealth, one of horror, one of the past, one of present. And they're not. They're not. They're the same story, told in different eras. They're entwined, one sustaining the other since the first stocks funded the first slavers. And today, the same indifference endures. Trafficked women, children, and people of color, the poor, they remain disposable. Epstein's network was no aberration. It was a contemporary echo where elite power trades in silence and innocent bodies. Bondi revealed that bargain. Growth above all. The market's rise absolves the rot on which it is built. Look, to confront this, that's to face ourselves, not just our past, not just our present, also our future. Acknowledging how far we've come by refusing to look down at those the system was built to crush has to stop. We have to name it. We have to name the connection. Because if we keep celebrating the climb while ignoring the backs who bear it, we remain complicit in the oldest American sin, and we cannot heal. We cannot move forward. Past is not prologue when ignored. It is merely prolonging pain. So to anyone in this administration with a heart, this is your moment. Step away from the ledger of power and return to the simple human truth. A moral compass does not bend for a fucking boss. Come home to humanity. Be the first domino to fall toward justice. If you do, you're a hero. And we, the ones on the right side of history, will embrace you as a witness to evil. And if you don't, history will name you something else entirely. The choice is yours, and I hope you choose light.
So, Teal, your thoughts?
We always love to talk about plantations in reference to the manual labor, the lynching, the beatings, the abuse, the physical abuse, the consistency of the labor, picking up the cotton gin, the slave master, everything. Nobody likes to talk about the plantations that did not have profitable physical currency on the land. We never talk about the plantations that were literally just made for breeding.
Mm-hmm.
We never talk about the plantations that were literally made to make more slaves. We
Yep.
don't like talking about those. We don't like talking about, everybody knows, oh, those fair skinned Black people, obviously, those were Master's children. You think they were Master's children by choice?
Mm-hmm.
This ain't new to us. It's true to us.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get mad at us being able to sit down this time, we are fucking tired. That's why we're sitting down this time. You may think, oh, the Black people ain't fighting this time. We've been fighting for 400 years, and we get 100 years to get the shortest month of the fucking year. That's what we got so far. So what are we fighting for? Y'all always like to throw us in somebody else's juice. Where's the help when we needed it? Case by case. For years, people get to choose case by case when it came to us. Heaven forbid we decide to catch a little wind of that and do it ourselves. Talk about the breeding plantations. Talk about the women that were literally just bought. Yes, bought. 25 cents on the dollar, highest bidder on the auction block. Already separated from the children that she chose to make, to the husband that she wasn't even supposed to have. All to get separated, beaten, and raped again to make another group of Black people, children, that would either become what? Gator bait, a sex slave to the next master, another breeder. They've treated us like pit bulls for the last 400 years. But now everybody's up in arms about some Epstein files. So if every one of those children for the last 400 years had a name instead of a number, if all of those children for the last 400 years had a face or a picture that y'all could see in a redacted file, would y'all have that much animosity and hatred then? Because they've been putting it in our history books for the last 100 years to tell us to celebrate the good that we got. Celebrate the basketball players, the Black Panthers that we let live, the civil rights activists that we let talk a little bit and then clip the fuck off. What about their children? What about Malcolm X's children? What about the King children? What about them? Oh, give them a scholarship. Shut them up. That's the best y'all can give us. Or y'all can get part of the minimum wage. Enjoy being put back into the system. Yes, I'm riled up today. Black History Month isn't something that is easily celebrated in my neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep you riled up too. I'm gonna keep you riled up too. I like some. This is one of the few times where I let loose and I talk about some things, and it can't all stay bottled up and compartmentalized. Jackie says here, inhumanity has always been the engine of the machine way before 1620. They just got really good at it by then, thanks to all the hundreds of years of practice. Exactly. And evil empires. And the crazy part about it is, if you really want to dig deep, when you look into the Dutch East Indian Trading Company, and you look at them and you look at where did that money come from? Where did the money come from before that? Where did it come from before that? And you keep just tracing and digging back layer and keep peeling back those layers of the onion more and more and more and more and more. You'll see generationally, this thing has been passed down. And only thing that's happened is a different group of these handful of leader class has just moved their operation to a new location. And where they first got this understanding and knowledge of this off of, I was just explaining this to somebody the other day, was off of the Silk Road. Because of certain groups' proximity to the Silk Road, they were able to understand the Arabic form of banking. And through understanding the Arabic form of banking, and then adding usury onto banking, is how empires were built. And what they found out, many of these people, is if we just seize the power completely once we get to those upper levels, we get persecuted. So what we need to do is work as the hidden hand to maneuver things behind the scenes. And then what'll happen is generations will go on, and then they kind of forget some of those lessons, and then they decide that they want to be out in front again. And then they get slapped back down brutally, and then they recede back to the shadows again, become that hidden hand, guiding princes, kings, queens, clergy, the church, whether that is the Catholic Church, whether that is, Orthodox Christianity, whatever sect of religion, typically in the Abrahamic faiths, but whichever one, because that's what's kind of controlled the white power structure. And that white power, the reason why I refer to white power structure, because that has been who's had the hegemon for the last, 1,000 years. Before that, there were other groups of people who had this also. And that's what, like, a lot of the supremacist thinking people, the more paler skinned supremacist thinkers, they don't realize that you're just at the top of the hill right now. There were other people at the top of the hill before you, and there will be other people at the top of the hill after you. The thing what you need to understand is, was your behavior during this time period going to end with just a peaceful transfer of power? Or is it going to end with a whole lot of hurt feelings and a lot of people want some retribution? That is a big question. And that's where I think some of these people have led into their mentality on how they deal and handle with some of these things and their fears that they show. There was another video I was going to show. I don't know if I find it, I'll show it. But the comedian Godfrey, sure y'all familiar with Godfrey.
Mm-hmm.
Godfrey was talking to a former NFL star that he goes by the name KGB. His name is like Kabaja Biamila or something like that. Who is a children of Nigerian immigrants. And Godfrey, being a Nigerian immigrant himself, really goes in and breaks down how Nigerian immigrants and Korean immigrants and Mexican immigrants and all of these immigrants to the United States, how instead of having a negative view towards Black people, should have more of an appreciative view and a collaboration, like a sense to want to, work together. And some do, don't get me wrong, some do. But for the ones who don't, them not understanding that their prosperity in today is incumbent off the struggle of Black bodies. Through our struggles, through our sacrifices, through our ancestors' deaths, set the foundation for the immigrant class to even come in. And that's why I'm saying I don't necessarily disagree with every perspective from, Pan-African or ADOS or FBA or, maybe even black and brown alliances and alliances with all these other people. Because my viewpoints attach to so many different areas, and I agree with so many people. Where I agree, right is right, wrong is wrong. But for any of these people, and this is where I can kind of understand some of the FBA's frustration, the whole tether stuff. Even though I hate that term, it's such a dumb term. I can understand it because there are a large percentage of people who immigrate to this country, no matter where you immigrate from, especially of any kind of minority group, who you owe your success or in your ability to just even be in the United States and receive fair treatment to Black people. And yet you will have so much just negativity and hatred and stuff. So I don't know, I don't know if I'm going off a wrong direction, but what Godfrey was saying to him in there is like, you got to understand, people highlight on the negativities of the Black community and don't acknowledge how hardworking much of the Black community is. How many are out there working, whether they be blue collar, working 9-to-5 jobs, whether they're in the service industry, whether they are doctors, lawyers, scientists. The Black community has all of the above, just like any other group does. For every other group who has doctors and scientists and all that, the Black community does also. But in America, for some reason, the Black community is only defined by what the 1% or even less than 1% of our population that is doing negativity does. Why am I, a person with no criminal record, who is college educated, military service, not out there with a whole bunch of kids or anything? I have no kids. Live responsibly. But I am not an example of what a typical Black male is. I'm supposedly the outlier, and basically like the little bootsies with no money, they are the staple of what a Black American is. I don't know. It just disgusts me. It frustrates me. I'm sorry, Till. I ran on a little tangent there, but just had to get that off my
That's a
chest.
point. That's a point. I love how we talk about the company, like he said, the company.
The company,
in
yeah.
his, and we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, and look at some of the names of the people that own the ships, right? There are a lot of Portuguese
Mm-hmm.
names. There's a lot of Spaniard names. But what y'all don't understand is I love how you brought up the bank.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. Y'all know who loves running the banks, who runs our banks. Y'all know the apple juices love to run our
Mm-hmm.
banks and love how we are so quick to talk about, oh, dude, the Holocaust, dude, the Holocaust, where their numbers are flubbed up and not even close to the numbers for the transatlantic slave community, as well as, excuse me, the killing of Black Africans in Congo from Leopold.
Yes,
I
they
just want
talked
to.
about that in that chat about the more than 14 million that
Mm-hmm,
Leopold took out.
mm-hmm. I just want to let y'all know you can't run a successful monopoly without having backers. And the same people that are backing a lot of these Epstein shits, I mean, y'all know his name might start with a Benjamin and it might rhyme with Yoo-hoo.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the motherfuckers I love. Oh, I just love how they work sometimes because they are so quick to throw a rock at a glass house and hide their fucking hands. Those are your backers for the transatlantic slave trade. Those are the backers. They
Mm-hmm.
silently put that money in. So obviously they're so quick to talk about, well, look at the return. Look how much the return is on these bodies. Look how much the return is. Look at the name on the fucking files that we're trying to get redacted right now. They've always had their hand in it.
Well, and I want to throw this in since you mentioned it. Where what twist a whole lot of people up too is when they look at some of those early names and they look at the Portuguese and they look at the Spaniards. Do you know that there was an expelling of a group of people out of
Ooh,
Spain and Portugal who
ooh,
tend to have certain names that could pass off as Spanish or Portuguese names?
like Christopher Columbus? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's one. Uh-oh.
I'm just saying. I mean, there's one who was known to run most of the plantation auctions. Because see,
Come on.
here's what some people will talk about. Well, they they did have this portion, but they didn't continuously keep them. Yeah, because they're the ones who housed them. They're the ones who had them being shipped, and they ran the auction blocks. They ran. So yeah, they might have only kept a couple to work for them.
Mm-hmm.
They were selling them off. Just like when a lot of people think about, as you say, the apple juices, they think about World War II being over, and that's when people came in, Operation Paper Clips and all that. But I can show you back to the 1800s. I can show you back to the 1700s, certain apple juices which were governors of certain states already. Where did this level of wealth come from? To rise up to being a governor in a place you're supposedly hated and you're supposedly a second class citizen in. How does that make any sense? How many black governors, how many Native American indigenous governors were there? How many Chinese governors were there? Because there were Chinese people in the United States during these time periods. Now, granted, many of them might have been in the territories not recognized to be the United States yet because it was California, which had its own independence period, and then also had a period where it was owned by the Spaniards. But they were on these lands. And so when you start start paying attention to, uh, yeah, there we go. Yonina said it right here. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you look into to those who fall up under that group and you start finding
Mm-hmm.
out that they don't have these Eastern European names. They got a whole nother different set of names. And in
Come on.
fact, do you know that you can actually look up certain Spanish and Portuguese names, which are typically people of apple juice descent?
Mm.
But it'll throw you off because you see a name like Hernandez, you see a name like Martinez or Perez, and that throws you off. Now, I'm not saying those are the particular names, but I remember one is like Almodovar. That's one
Mm-hmm.
that I know takes back to Spaniards. Perez or Perez, That's a name which I do. Lopez, that's another one. Because if you look up a famous name, man by the name of Aaron Lopez. You know what? Cortez, that's another one.
Oh, come on, Cortez. Yes, Cortez. All of
I
those
mean,
beautiful names they like to highlight in our history books as conquistadors.
mhm.
Every conquistador that you've ever seen that was allowed to get on a ship, who funded the fucking shit. Obviously, they never help out nobody else outside their lineage. Think about how they run their shit now. Think about how the rules of their justice system, how the rules of their families work. Just look, nothing's changed about them. Nothing. They keep shit in house for a reason. And it works the same.
Here,
It
I
works
want
the same.
I want to show y'all something also real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. This I just typed this into to AI because I remember the book that came out about this. Because I don't think a lot of people get this either. When we start talking about the Dutch East Indian Company, or the company, which now people sometimes when they say the company, that can be confused because CIA is also called the company too.
I wonder why.
Oh, see, I'm gonna shut it up. Well, I already know because you know what I know what you sent me the other day. Yeah. So you see what this says here? Pirates of the Caribbean referred to genuine, albeit often overlooked historical phenomena popularized by Edward Chrysler's 2008 book of the same name. In the 16th and 17th centuries, many Sephardic who were expelled from Spain and Portugal became privateers, government authorized pirates, and pirates primarily to seek religious freedom and exact revenge of the Spanish crown. Following the Spanish Inquisition expulsion decrees in the late 15th centuries, many, you know who, fled Iberia using the existing skills in navigation, cartography, and international trade to become outlaws or serve other European powers as privateers. They often form alliances with English and Dutch, who were also rivals of Spain at the time. Also, that's how you also see how the Spaniards start to dip. Because all of a sudden, and now these people who were working with them all jumped ship and started working with other people, mainly the British and the Dutch.
Now,
and if you don't, yeah, and I was going to say something. If you guys don't know, a big way of how the slave trade worked is Spain and Portugal kind of kicked it off. They put in the initial gold and funding for a man, Cristobal Colombo, or Columbus. Cristobal already had been taking people out of West Africa before that, for the crown, i.e. how some of those darker melanated people started first getting into Spain. Now, I would make an argument also with this Inquisition, it wasn't just who the world knows as Sephardics, but I'll leave that argument for another time and that discussion. But what was going on here also is when the transatlantic slave trade got to its apex and max, all of Europe was involved. And the ships were manned by Dutch and German. You also had other countries who were building those said ships. So when you hear somebody who's from like Finland or something like that, it'd be like, or the Netherlands, oh, well, the Netherlands, Dutch, same thing, or German or something like that, they'll say, oh, well, we weren't involved in it. Somebody was out there building the ships. Somebody was out there making the ropes, making the sails. Somebody was over here insuring it. Somebody were the bodies who were on the ship. Somebody was on the ground rounding them up. Now, granted, they did go to some of the tribes and would say, hey, which of your enemies over there that we can help you get rid of? And some of those African tribes were helping round up other groups of people, other rival tribes. And then sometimes it came back and bit them in the ass as they were rounded up also, while they were facing 4 or 5 different nations at the same time and being overwhelmed. But my point in saying is there were many groups of European countries where they all had the race to Africa, where they all decided they were going to start chopping Africa up into his little minions. How that whole certain portion of Africa became controlled by the French for so long. I mean, sorry to go into such a roundabout history lesson, but all of this is connected. It all ties to how so-called the Western civilization order and how white became the dominant culture, and white as in let's throw away your English, your Dutch, your Scottish, all that, you're Italian, and now you're a white person, and white needs to be against all of these others. All of this goes back to right after the Renaissance period. The Renaissance period is when this all started. And think about it. What are they renewing? What are they coming out of? The Middle Ages, Dark Ages. Why were they called the Dark Ages? I don't know. There's a lot of questions that I think people need to start asking about history and start paying
Why
attention.
did they call it the Dark Ages? Because the Moors were doing their motherfucking thing, teaching niggas how to take baths and shit.
Yeah, because the people who weren't in power, and you start to go into the artwork and see how much the artwork was like covered over. And why do you think Henry VIII was going out there destroying all of the religious artworks? And then all of a sudden, basically a generation later, now they're really big into let's reframe and redraw all of this artwork now. Basically brandishing their image on top of previous generations. Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
So before we get off of that and move to another subject, so many people will try to refute. Many people would like to refute the apple juice's involvement. They'll always say, "Oh, well, they didn't do a lot. It was just those two. They only did 20%. They only did this." But yes, but you got to understand, they secretly funded the diamond mines that Leopold was using. Maybe the reason that they didn't have a huge hand in slave trade is because they just kept them at home and killed them there. They were the secret backers to Leopold getting all of those babies killed. They helped him fund that diamond mine out there. They did that. And like Yonina loves to bring up, Leopold is most likely a descendant of Musk. Okay? So with that being said, they all are still very much connected in this slavery thing, regardless on if you move them or not. Just the same way that they're involved in the trafficking now, they'll be quick to say, well, we didn't actually traffic the kids. No, but you funded it.
Well, here's another thing. I'll just throw this in there, hold that thought, and come back. But a lot of people forget about, wait a minute, where did all this wealth into Europe come from all of a sudden? There was a certain man by the name of Mansa Musa, which was the richest man ever, and then all of a sudden his nation is basically right after his death is like dead broke right after it. How did that happen?
Same way that Haiti became dead broke after they became free.
Somehow they became dead broke at the very same time Europe became super wealthy. How did that happen?
Crazy.
But and then they'll tell you Africa never had nothing. I got a Nigerian friend that he basically is talking about Africa ain't never had nothing. It's never been nothing. Basically, he buys into the ideology that Africa needed Europe to be able to plunge it out of darkness.
What darkness?
That's his thinking.
What darkness though? Our skin?
Like,
there was nothing dark. How are you going to tell us that we had nothing, and still to this day it's 2026 and y'all are minding the natural resources that you can't get anywhere else?
He believes his own people would still be in huts if it wasn't for white people coming into Africa.
That savior mindset is what got us killed in the first place, in my opinion. That savior mindset is definitely it. Now let's go ahead because I brought up Haiti.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
brought
yeah.
up
Let's go
Haiti. I
next.
done brought up Leopold. I done brought up Haiti. Let's go ahead and start segueing over to Bad Bunny's performance because I've seen people go, "What the fuck happened?" Because I didn't watch the Super Bowl either. I just caught wind of it from my other
Oh!
black
You want to go
Indian
into the Super Bowl?
family.
We can talk about the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
One of my
Because
favorite
because
things to
because
talk about.
my family my family called me from Haiti and was like, "Hey, you see?" And I go, "Yeah, I see." And the main thing that they brought up immediately was like, "Yo, the intro, we had sugarcane."
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The sugarcane farms. Da, 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 that was a top commodity coming out of Haiti. Sugarcane farms.
Coming out of the
No,
Caribbean as a whole.
at the Caribbean as a whole, rum, sugar, the whole nine.
Hmm. Hmm.
And a lot of people don't understand how bad. Like if you go back to Leopold, and even me personally, with my lineage coming from Haiti,
Hmm.
I don't. I'm a pastry chef, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I have a burn that will die with me. They will burn that burn off my body, and I got it from hot sugar. When I tell you that shit burns way worse than plastic. That shit burns way worse than any accelerant I've ever had on my hands during my years of cooking. A sugar burn is crazy. Think about them boiling sugar and throwing a body.
Yeah.
That was that's what they would do. They would burn and scold and kill black slaves with sugar. And that part of out of everything that entire very deep and very symbolic halftime show showed something about that sugar cane patch bothered me the most.
Well, the reason why, I mean, I get what you're saying. I get it
You get
definitely.
what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but he threw that in for a very strategic reason. For one, I I'll just say for me, man, watching that Super Bowl, for me, I'm only speaking for me, and I know other people are gonna have their own opinions, but I don't think I had such an emotional response during the Super Bowl show than that one right there of any other ones. Now, if I'm just going on just artistic performance, on like musical artistic performance, Prince is still gonna be,
Number one.
Prince is there, Michael's next, but on just raw emotion and overall the totality, Bad Bunny's will always be my favorite Super Bowl performance. And of course I'm biased, um but the sugarcane, for those who didn't get the reference to him having that in there, is the sugarcane fields is the backbone was the backbone of the Puerto Rican economy. And though the Spaniards exploited it for that, and keep in mind the transatlantic slave trade, the slavery that started out of the United States started first with 500 Taino slaves being taken out of the Caribbean, or would be modern day Haiti, Dominican Republic,
Mm-hmm.
to Spain, and eventually they came back and they went through what would be modern day Haiti, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and what ended up happening is just like the same smallpox that happened on the mainland United States, those same kind of form of diseases spread through and obliterated majority of the population of the Caribbean. Um, and that led to when a lot of the African slaves were being trafficked out. Certain places were hit worse than others, like Jamaica and Haiti almost were a complete population like
Depleted.
depleted. I'm talking about out of the Caribs. Haiti in particular had Haiti and Dominican Republic were more the Carib people, which were darker melanated people who had kind of more kinky hair and stuff. But what happened is they brought in more of the African slaves, and that replenished most of that population. In the Dominican Republic side, that was conquered by the Spaniards. The French didn't keep as many as their people as settlers and stayed there. They stayed over the place and they conquered and they did what they did. A lot of horrific stuff. But how the Spaniards treated the other side, the Dominican side of the island, is they did settle a lot of their people there. And so that mixture of that African blood and that European Spaniard blood is what you see in lots of the Caribbean. So whether you're dealing with about 25% African DNA to sometimes as high as like 85, 90%, African DNA throughout the Caribbean, you are going to have that is the makeup. And that's kind of what makes the Caribbean, especially for Latin America, different than other parts of Latin America. Because there and like say Colombia, Panama, um, Brazil, all of those places have a higher African content within the people.
Concentration. Hmm.
Concentration. There we go. Concentration within the people. So even some of these people you can see that might look more white, they still might be rocking with like 25% African DNA and like another 10% indigenous. Whereas you get more inland to a place like Mexico, where it might be like 90, 90, 10, 90, 90 to 5. You get what I'm saying? Whereas that 90 still might be split between 45% Spaniard and, another like 40% indigenous and various different makeups. But whereas in the Caribbean and all that, it's a different feel. That's the reason why I saw plenty of Haitians who they were like, I see you, even though our language is different. I see you, Bad Bunny, because it's a shared history just with different colonizers. Because those sugarcane fields is what the Spaniards, that was he Bad Bunny was very careful how he did this. He didn't want to show the slavery side, but that's what he was hinting at with that. He was trying to give the hint the best way he could. And for people who got it, we got it. Also, the other side of that is Puerto Rico was independent for 17 days before the United States came and conquered Puerto Rico. So I had freedom for that bit, that little bit of time. You ever wonder why I don't know, Till, if you know this or not, but you ever wonder why some Puerto Rican flags have the dark blue and some have the light blue?
Mm-mm.
Initially, it was the light blue color, was the real initial color. But when the United States came in and they colonized, they forced them to not fly that flag. They wanted them to fly the one with the darker blue, so it more aligned with the United States. And so many Puerto Ricans died over flying that flag with the light blue. And so when Bad Bunny was flying that flag there during the Super Bowl, it was an act of defiance. Another thing I would like to throw in, if you look throughout Latin America, and a lot of people don't know this, but you ever notice that there's red and blue and like most of the flags? Most of the flags are be red and blue and then yellow. Where that comes from is Haiti. When Haiti decided to separate because they were a colony of the French, they said, you know what? We're going to still rock with the red and blue, red, white, and blue. But fuck y'all, it's ours now. And since Haiti helped the Dominicans, Dominican Republic fight and push that out, and Haiti sparked other revolutions, that's where you first just started to see the red, blue, and yellow symbolizing the lighter indigenous color, the lighter complexion of some of the people who live there now. And so if you see that red, blue, and yellow combination, you got to thank Haiti for that. Also, it's so funny, like the liberation of Mexico, that also has a lot of that came from Haiti also. And so for those not understanding the history of these areas won't get all of the cultural references that are thrown in, and especially was thrown in Bad Bunny's show. Think about the thing like, for instance, them playing dominoes. Man, what black person and Hispanic person don't play dominoes?
Come on.
That's our shit. Sitting outside chilling, and
Playing some bones.
I seen so many of these Illuminati nut people trying to come up with every conspiracy theory to different stuff, and I saw this one girl, Black American girl, who, yes, it frustrated me so bad. Oh, he's trying to copy off of Kendrick's. He copying off of Kendrick because he was standing on top of a truck and Kendrick stood on top of a car. Not to mention, I mean, even let's skip the fact that when Dre did the Super Bowl, that he had dancers on top of the cars. You don't think Kendrick took that? But anyway, never mind. And they were saying that, oh, well, look, the Kendrick had people who were sitting on top of the light poles, and Bad Bunny was up on a light pole. So see, he's copying.
No, he's talking about the damn hurricane that came and demolished Puerto
Exactly,
Rico.
the hurricanes and the blackouts from the power grid. That's what he's talking about.
He's
They were
talking about
talking
the
about
struggles and adversities that Puerto Rico has and how they
exactly.
mimic. And the fact that y'all can connect it to something else should show you that it's not just them.
Mm-hmm. Then,
But, you know,
another one that they were like, well, look how he's speaking in Spanish and he's rapping like it's like a rap vernacular, like he's taken from Kendrick. Bad Bunny is known as the king of of Latin trap. What is trap? Rap music. He has never ever denied that his influences was rap. Hell, he even got Snoop in one of his videos. I mean, another thing is, what is the type of music which basically Bad Bunny is kind of known for? That would be called reggaeton.
Come on.
What is the key word in reggaeton? Reggae. Where does reggae come from? Now, it frustrates me that this man never said at all that he's ripping off black people and he just trying to this is something that was created out of basically the heart of New York and Brooklyn. For those who don't realize, Puerto Ricans, there's a large contingency of Puerto Ricans in New York. So what are you going to be around in New York? Rap music, reggae, salsa. You're going to have a mixture of those cultures, and you don't think that those people took those back. I mean, do y'all realize how close Jamaica is to Puerto Rico?
Baby,
it's not that far.
Do we need to do a geography lesson in our AP Black History class?
It is not that far.
You really think the ship really wasted their gas to go that far out the way to go pick some more niggas up? Hell no. That shit was they was hitting every black corner store. They was getting 2-for-1s.
I mean, hell, there's certain words in Puerto Rican vernacular that are literally African words. There's a town in Puerto Rico called Luisa, which is damn near like a 90% black town. I don't mean like, oh, well, they have like some black, like, you know, you could tell black ancestry. I'm saying you take the people of Luisa and drop them off in a hood anywhere, and you won't be able to tell you won't even be able to tell unless they speak. And I would say, and also Bamba. For those who don't know Bamba is heavily West African influenced. So you can't get any of the music that comes out of the Caribbean is all African influenced. Hell, for those who don't know, mariachi, Mexican mariachi is influenced also by African music. So as more as you try to do this delineation, they copying off of us. It's been infused because of Africans in within that history. This ain't copying off of another culture. This is copying off of a culture which is already infused together. And because you are so blinded by, you saw one Hispanic person say one negative thing, now it's fuck them all, that you can't understand the shared history, the shared culture that we all have. And what Bad Bunny was trying to do was trying to even share that unity, even though it's not much unity with like a Canada. He's trying to say we are all America. The United States doesn't get to just claim that. And not only that, we're all America. If you think about how he was trying to show about history of, and here's something, if you don't know it, you don't have to be Puerto Rican. You can be white as can be. You go to the island and you show people love on that island, that love will come back to you tenfold. You will be accepted and brought in, just like you will find in most of the Black community. I'm talking about Black American community. A lot of times when you share that love and you come in full embrace, you will be fully embraced right back. Sometimes the fault is that it's too caring, it's too accepting, because that is partially that is partially why the Spaniards decided to come back and enslave most of the Caribbean populations, because they were too accepting. Do you know that Puerto Ricans, for instance, used to not have weapons, lethal weapons. They used to have non-lethal weapons, because even when fighting their enemies, they didn't want to kill them. And so what Bad Bunny was trying to do there was he was trying to put on and just share the culture of, he's just trying to share the culture of the island, La Isla del Encanto. That's what he's trying to show and share with Americans and share with everybody else as a whole. And I get it. Everybody ain't gonna love his music. I put it this way. I love that it was emotional and I like what he did. But if I was planning this show, it probably would have been different. It would have been very different, because as a Bad Bunny fan, I would have just did Bad Bunny songs that I love. And most of them are party stuff that's probably not appropriate for a Super Bowl. I'm just saying. Maybe one song that's very, very political. Was it Desahogo? Could have done that one, but there's other songs that I would have done that he didn't do. La Canción, Cuidado por ahí. I mean, there are different songs that I would have done if I would. It could have been a chance to bring Drake back in the picture with his song Mia. And that's what I'm saying. There, he could have just did a party, but I think he wanted to share an experience with people. And he was really trying to show love and bring in love. And I just don't think enough people really understood that. I think many people did. I looked up his halftime show that, after the NFL, they separated off. So you can look it up on YouTube. And do you know that he's almost at 100 million views in what, 7 days? So for the people who say that, oh, it didn't really have like the influence, and yeah, maybe all these people watched it, but they didn't really like it, that's bull.
Shit.
Do you know what his social media score came up to? Like all the different social media platforms put together in the first 24 hours. You know how many views he racked up?
How many? 3 mil?
Over 4 billion views.
God damn.
So worldwide. And I mean, this is nothing to sneeze at. Kendrick did 1.7, which is still, wow. 1.7 billion views is amazing. And then Bad Bunny did 4 billion, showing that Kendrick's performance was loved by people worldwide. Bad Bunny's was loved worldwide. No matter what Toilet Paper USA wanted to do with their little bullshit Kid Rock Fest.
Dog, that shit depressing. Yeah.
I don't uh, BTS. I'm a pull a Drake and I'm gonna turn the TV off. Uh, I don't
'Cause
want to see
that
no
shit.
BTS. I'm sorry. And now I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I'm not gonna be these people on here who are online complaining and whining. We need to have a separate show. Or some of these people like, the NFL need Chris Brown. I'm not gonna do all that stuff. That actually disappointed me. I've seen people like Mace and Bootsy and even like even what's his name? Chris Brown, which I love Chris Brown, was throwing shade at Bad Bunny's performance. I don't know. It disappointed me. It's like, yo, how many people were so, especially black people, were over the moon when Kendrick got his performance? And
I mean,
though,
they won't happy with that either because they was like, "Oh, Little Wayne should have got it."
I mean, I was of two minds. I would have loved to see Lil Wayne because of him being in New Orleans. I would have loved to see Lil Wayne. It's a little nostalgic. Um, but also I felt like there were other Kendrick songs that I would have wanted to hear that he didn't perform, and I know nobody's ever going to get exactly what they want. But you know, I'm one of those people. I want to hear the hits for the Super Bowl so it can just be a party. It's cool to hear your new stuff and kind of get with it, but also felt it was a missed opportunity spending your time on a beef that you already destroyed Drake 55 times over. It's like you don't have to keep doing that. You don't have to keep beefing on him. But at the same time, I still think he did an excellent performance. I ain't gonna hate on my man Kendrick, but it's that little part of me that still wouldn't have mind seeing, wouldn't have mind seeing Lil Wayne perform all his oldest hits if he could have stayed standing the whole time. Uh, but I don't know. I don't know. What do you think? Am I wrong though, Teal? Am I wrong?
No, me personally, I rewatched it because I didn't watch the game at all because I don't watch anything that the Patriots are in. But when I rewatched, what? Fuck them. Fuck the Patriots. Okay, let's fuck them till the moon
Mm-hmm.
falls. But I rewatched it because my family in Haiti told me to watch it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
With the symbolism that was going on, and like I told you before, my family practices natural
Mm-hmm.
religions that are just in our lineage and things of that nature, which coincide with things that the Dominican Republic, Brujeria, and things of that nature. So
Mm-hmm.
everything kind of
Santeria.
coincides, Santeria and things of that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So like just like they have Orishas and Loas and things of that nature, we do as well. And everything kind of stems from Yoruba and things. So I'm looking at all of it, and then I'm seeing the political stances that he's taking on it. You know what I'm saying? I felt him saying so much of that third world country, Trump.
Yeah. I
I
mean
felt that.
the cocoa frios. I
Hmm.
know I know that for those who don't give it's like frozen coconut. And so like
Hmm.
they kind of like freeze a coconut, they chop the top off and throw a straw in it. And I know every tropical place has a version of that.
Hell yeah. I
Oh,
only drink my coconut like when I go home or I go out of the country and stuff. That's the only thing I drink when I go home is fresh coconut water. You can go right down to the beach, find somebody that has them, they'll cut the top off, and you're good to go. And the jelly is so much better. You scrape the jelly from inside and eat. Oh, I love coconut jelly.
well,
But anyway, nevertheless, not to get off subject.
me
Um,
me I'm on the sweet, so I go for the piraguas.
yeah.
So
I, I
I like my little frozen ice and my for those states. Basically that's the same as like shaved ice, with
mhm.
the little drizzle. It's the same thing.
So I personally had nothing bad to say about his performance. I usually don't have anything bad to say about
Hmm.
anybody that's willing to allow us to see their point of view on life,
Yeah,
especially when it comes from a different stance or even that of a different country. And then knowing that you come from a country that's disproportionately infrastructurally damaged, off
Mm-hmm.
of the off of what Europeans have done. We have a common enemy at the end of the day, and it's the people that are behind the whole Super Bowl in the first place. So like,
Mm-hmm.
no, yeah, I didn't watch it. Yeah, they didn't get my views, but at the end of the day, Bad Bunny did a damn good job.
Yeah.
Damn good job. And the last part of that whole thing that kind of pisses me off is so many people got their panties in a fucking bunch and all this, that, and the third because they don't speak Spanish. Well, bitch, that's your retarded ass fault. Straight like that.
So yeah,
Because
at this point now, though, you can look up every one of Bad Bunny's songs. You can look up the lyrics.
no, fuck that. Fuck
You
that.
could
Fuck that.
probably
Fuck that.
find a
Fuck that.
video
Fuck
with
that. Nope.
the
Nope.
English
Nope.
captions
Nope.
if you want it.
Nope. 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 As smart as these motherfucking TVs are, you better translate it. We've been watching hentai and anime for how many years? You get that shit subtitled. You better put that bitch on your motherfucking TV now. Every time you get on fucking Netflix, when you watch a fucking foreign film, you not fucking complaining the fuck then.
Yeah.
Not to fucking mention, y'all
Yeah.
acting like y'all fucking seeing somebody. You making it seem like we got motherfucking goddamn Suave Mente on the motherfucking screen. No, nigga, he came from Puerto Rico. We own Puerto Rico.
Well, Suavemente is Puerto Rican too.
Oh, he is Puerto Rican? I thought he was Mexican.
I'm trying to remember his name. Elvis. What is it? Elvis Crespo.
Elvis. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Puerto Rican.
I'm
My
pretty sure.
motherfucking
I'm
bad. You should
pretty
rock
sure he
Suave
is.
Mente too. Well, shit. But y'all acting like we don't own Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
That's the part that got me. This is so anti-American. Is it? Is it? I don't know how much more American you need to fucking get. He's a fucking citizen. Motherfucker
Yeah.
didn't need a passport to get here. Because he is from here. The whole fucking show was trying to tell you he's American too. That's crazy that he couldn't just sing his songs on a mic in a fucking Prince outfit with a guitar on stage and not move. Isn't that wild? He had to give you an entire history fucking lesson that still went over your motherfucking heads because your meta glasses couldn't fucking translate fast the fucking up. Get the fuck out of here.
That's another one too. Good point, Bad Cookies. Oh, okay. Okay.
Go ahead and thank you. Oh, wait, I got you, Bad Cookies. Motherfuckers be so quick to say, oh, como esta? Me llamo John. No, bitch. Yo hablo español un poquito, yo entiendo mucho.
Mm-hmm.
I take the time. What do they fucking call it? It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Oh,
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'm poly. Come on, Bad Cookie. You know what word I'm trying to say.
Polylingual?
Yes, I'm polylingual. I speak multiple languages, but I understand a whole lot more.
Oh, that's right. That's the proper term.
Thank you, Chris. I knew one of y'all had it. Y'all smart motherfuckers.
Smart motherfuckers.
Goddamn smart motherfuckers. Thank you. I took Spanish in middle school and high school. I worked in kitchens my whole life, baby. And I'm gonna tell you right now, school Spanish and real Spanish, not the same.
Well, another thing that makes Puerto Rican Spanish a little bit different is because since Puerto Rico is most Puerto Ricans are so infused within the American culture. I know people don't get it that okay, yeah, they might be speaking a different language, but dude, if you listen to his albums, there's so many songs where he talking about like Drake, Steph Curry, LeBron. Like most of the Latinos are not paying attention to the damn NBA and American pop culture, and no, they're not throwing some of just the lingo that you'd have to understand American pop culture to even get some of the references in his songs.
But y'all got an issue with it being in Spanish.
Why would wow, some of these comments are cracking me up. I saw somebody else say this too. Media Dream says, I saw some Koreans big mad that it wasn't BTS. Now they're petitioning that. Why would it be BTS? For one, how many Koreans are in the NFL? How many Latinos are in the NFL? A whole lot more than Koreans. Also, how many is Korea even known to watch football?
Baby, are they even allowed to watch TV? Let's really talk about it.
But
Are they even
I
allowed
can
to watch our TV?
but we're looking at a situation where probably in the next couple of years, there is going to be probably a team in Mexico, um, probably a team in Brazil, which I granted I get it. Brazil, majority of it speaks Portuguese, only a small percentage speaks Spanish. Still, nonetheless, it's still Latin America. You're about to have two teams that are possibly in Latin America. I can even see more. Team in Great Britain, that's coming at some point in time. Koreans don't even. When did Koreans have a connection to the NFL to even be put into this conversation? I don't know. That's just weird to me. How are you? How are you even getting this conversation, Koreans? Like, I can understand more so if some kind of top Mexican group wants to be in there. But another thing is, let's keep in mind, Bad Bunny for 4 years straight is the top stream artist in the world.
Come on. The numbers don't
How
lie.
is that? How is BTS going to decide to put themselves even close to where Bad Bunny is?
My
You know how many songs you could just Spotify, YouTube, wherever. I could because I listen to a lot of music on YouTube because I have the Prime and so it doesn't have any commercials. Do you know how many of Bad Bunny songs
Ooh, he rich, y'all.
have over 1 billion views?
Marcus rich. He got fancy.
Hey, I ain't say all that. But I just think it's easier to do it that way. Not have
But
to
no,
deal
you're
with.
absolutely right. But this is another thing that I'm really trying to like bring up. Why these motherfuckers ain't in an uproar about those immigrants? ICE can't come pick Bad Bunny up.
Nope.
But ICE can
Um.
pick up behind the scenes.
Jackie asked. Here, let me. I got to address this one. Chamonix said, Marcus, did you see how many Argentinos and Uruguay are saying they aren't Latino and they didn't represent? Oh yeah, that disgusted me so much. For those who don't get into the Latin circles and all that, but I was just like, you know what? And the crazy part about it is, where was Bad Bunny's very next show? Fucking Argentina. I can't stand those fucking people. And I, of course, not all, because I don't know all, but every time I've been online and got into a problem,
I know
dealing
blacks.
dealing with
I
dealing with
Argentino.
Latinos, it is
I know black. I
always,
Argentino.
always, always these two fucking groups of people.
I know
Those
black. I
two are
Argentino.
always the ones. And you know what? Almost always, they're the white passing ones.
Because I know
Which
blacks.
I
I
guarantee,
Argentino.
you, they're not like, oh, white passing, as in maybe they got some Spaniard and a couple of different mixtures. I bet you most of these fucking Argentinos that I'm having this problem with. You go back 3 generations and they came from fucking Germany or some shit. I bet dollars to donuts, as they say, that more than likely these are the ones who came in when, because I don't know if people know about that history of Argentina,
Ooh.
but they had a big effort to push out the darker complected people and black people and replace it with white people. And so that
After
is,
World War II, where did they flee to?
oh, there's a whole lot of them. A whole lot of them are Germans and Russians and all kind of other people. And they have become now the face of what it is to be, you know, the Malays, for instance, the Javier Malays. They're the ones who are what it is to be, from Argentina.
I know
Argentina.
black. I Argentino. I hate that.
But these two fucking groups, they made me so like, I was floating on cloud nine, looking for all this unity, no matter of complexions and all that, and different countries, and it's like, well, they're gonna be who I thought they were gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jackie's here. How did I rate Bad Bunny's performance? For me, I loved it. it's way better than the performance I probably would have put together. It would have probably felt fun and good. The songs I would have liked it for him to do. Some of them would have been some of his more popular songs. So people who don't speak Spanish, if they might have heard this song, like, oh yeah, I did hear that song in the club before, and so they could have
Marcus
probably
wanted to
vibed a little
dance.
more. But what he did was so much more impactful in so many different ways. And I don't know. He did a concert where your tia, your abuelo, they could dance to and they can vibe with. And this last album in general, in particular, I mean, was supposed to be a love letter to Puerto Rico.
Mm, mm,
That's
mm,
what
mm,
it
mm,
was
mm,
about.
mm.
So that's the reason why more of his songs in this album were more like salsa and more giving reverence to New Yorkers and stuff like that. That's why. That's what this album was about. So, but if you go back to some of his other stuff, I mean, he's tried to do a bunch of different stuff with a bunch of other people. Like I would have had him do his song. He had Cardi B there. I would have had him do "I Like It Like That." Where he did the song with Cardi B and J
Mm-hmm.
Balvin. I would have had that song perform one because I figured that's more universal than most people would have known.
Nah, fuck that. We got a message to deliver today, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I would have, but I would have probably put a little bit more street shit in there too, like, you know, um, "Quien Eres Tú," that would have been a song I would have played. "Como Soy," that would have been one I would have probably put in there. "P fucking Ere," that would have been one I would have put in there. "Tu no vivi así," that would have been one I would have probably put in there. So mine would have been a little bit more on the Latin trap side. Uh, Bichial. There's a bunch of songs that, and I'm actually doing a TikTok probably tomorrow. I don't know. It probably won't get me very many views because I'm not jumping on the trend right away. But I'm doing like I think I've summed it down to because the Super Bowl performance was 13 minutes. I'm gonna do 13 songs that Bad Bunny didn't do that I would have loved to see him do, and like a couple of them he wasn't going to be able to do because, like for instance, I think um what's his name Daddy Yankee is like trying to stay away from doing his older music because he's like turned more to Christianity, and so I would have excluded songs where he did with Daddy Yankee on. But Tu no mete cabra, tu no tu I can't, I'm getting tongue tied. Tu no mete cabra remix. Um let's see, La Catera. That's probably a good one. I mean, there's so many songs of his that I really really like. Mr. October, that would have been a dope one to do. Uh, I don't know, but I loved it. I don't think he could have did a better job than what he did for the message he was trying to convey. Also, another thing I want to throw out there, the 64 on his jersey. The 64 was referencing back to Trump saying that only 64 people had died during Hurricane Maria, and at that time, over 1,000 something people had died. Another song, Dakiti. I don't know. There's just a bunch of songs of his where I would have loved to see, but sorry, I went. I took a left. I went too far, Teal.
Nah, Bad Bunny, thank you. I'd love to, from the bottom of my heart, as a semi Spanish speaking, very Spanish understanding woman, I did not need the subtitles. I
Hey,
jam out
Abby.
to Hey Abby.
I
I
didn't see
jam
her
out to
shout
Bad
out.
Bunny.
While I was running my
My
mouth, I didn't see Abby's come in the room. Hey, Abby.
I also love me some Bad Bunny. I play a lot of reggaeton in my house.
Hmm.
My mother, as funny as it is, was my dance partner growing up. My mother and I used to merengue and bachata a lot,
Hmm.
and salsa, and she had a thing for Ricky Martin. Okay. And so when it comes to, like, for instance, listening to Suavemente and Elvis and stuff, if you go on my TikTok,
Hmm.
you see I have a video up there where I dance with my mom's ashes because she was my dance partner. We're dancing to Suavemente because that was our shit. So my mother was always very, also being West Indian, very inclusive when it came to our music. You know what I'm saying? So in a sense, my mom to Ricky Martin is to me the Bad Bunny. So I can't even think. I can hear the song in my head. I think it's like DTM something 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 something.
I feel
Fuck
you,
is it?
Chris. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You know what song I'm talking about?
Yeah,
When the beat changes, oh my god, man! The first time that song got to playing, I was in the motherfucking shower.
DT, what is it? DTMF?
DTMF.
Yeah.
That is my top-notch favorite motherfucking Bad Bunny song. I'm talking about that gate. That took me back to like Luke. You know what I'm saying? That made me feel like I was listening to Doodoo Brown or some Man, listen, I had that motherfucker on repeat one day. I swear I played that shit like 36 times in a day. By far, hands down, favorite Bad Bunny song. So like, I was very pleased
Yeah,
with how he
it stands
presented.
for DB tirar más fotos. So it's saying I wish I would have took more photos.
And that's me. I live in the moment way too much. I forget to take photos. So yeah, that was a good time to be alive, y'all.
What song am I thinking of? There's a yes, I'm on Upscrolled also. There's a song, what is it? A Mark Anthony song that like I'm like, oh, that's the only thing that would make it better. You just have Mark Anthony come out and do what is the song I'm thinking of? What is this song? Damn it, I can't remember the Mark Anthony song I'm thinking of. But there's one song of his that I'm trying to look it up right now. Vivir la vida. That's the song I'm thinking of. Vivir la vida. I would have loved to hear that song also, but I mean, another thing I was going to throw out there, which I don't think people caught. Well, so I'm pretty sure some of y'all caught it, but for those who are listening who didn't catch it, his song Hawaii that he had, what's his name, Ricky Martin singing. That song was basically, to paraphrase, saying that he hopes that Puerto Rico doesn't become like Hawaii. Talking about how Hawaii was completely, when it became a state, everything has been extracted out of Hawaii, and now the rich people have basically gentrified Hawaii, so now Hawaiians can't even live comfortably on their own island.
Jesus, it's true.
And so in this new album that he was talking about, a lot of that is talking about the gentrification that's going on in Puerto Rico. And it's kind of ironic. One of the people who, well, two of the people who live in Puerto Rico, Americans who are colonized it, had negative stuff to say. Like Logan Paul, they were like, "You excited to see it?" Nope. And then you had Jake Paul that was basically like, "Oh, hopefully everybody turns it off and turn on the TPUSA." And it's like, wow, you living on the island and you talking trash like that. And it's like, you're the ones who's talking about the colonization. Jake and Logan Paul only moved there so they can dodge taxes. And then they have the nerve to act and talk the way they want to do. It's frustrating. Yeah, but did you see the movie to the movie to that one, Teal, where it's showing the old guy with the koki, and and it's showing him like how he's thinking about the old days, wish he would have took more photos, wishing he could have, wishing the island was kind of like the way it was. And in the video, he's riding on the street and you're seeing like Americans who are there, obviously, and playing rock music and all this stuff and grilling in the front yard. And you're seeing all the people walking up and down the street and not hardly hearing anybody speak Spanish anymore. And then he goes into like like a restaurant bakery, and he goes in to try to get food. Yeah, he goes in to try to get food, and like how different the place has changed, and like they don't take money anymore, and like how it used to be on the island in some of those little small towns is you could, like, if you didn't have cash on you, you could be like, "Hey, can I come back and pay you tomorrow?" And many of them were like, yeah, don't worry about it, here's the food, take it, I mean, have a good day and all that. And like that feel is gone now, how it's turned more Americanized, more capitalistic, more cutthroat, and more gentrified. And so that's what this album was kind of like pushing to talk about.
It's
And
true.
it's I'm telling you, this one, you know, it's not the typical like party and kind of street and trap stuff that, you know, like to start you off, like, do you know Bad Bunny's first song was basically a song talking about what's your favorite sex position? That's the song that blew him up. The song is called Diles. Um, but if you go into it, I mean, in that first album, you know, what was it? Soy Peor was another big song, and he's talking about a breakup on how a girl made him worse. And, and so that's not early Bad Bunny who he was. He's like changed and changed and changed as an artist over the years. And I guess as he's grown up, he's thrown more stuff in and more concepts. And so I think it was just very, very well done myself. Yeah.
If I could pick a somebody for next year, uh, I don't fucking know. Shit, Doechii, I guess. I don't know. I don't really see.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say. I really don't see like who who has a great movement right now with a discography that can really portray or present themselves in that way. Like I don't know.
Well, if you look at the metrics for what the NFL is going for and what Jay-Z is doing,
Fuck
Jay-Z has went with whoever has been. You have to be at least one of the top Spotify artists. You don't have to be the number one, but you have to be on that list.
You either got to have album of the year coming up on the Grammys, artist of the year coming up on the Grammys,
or have had like some kind of life achievement where you have been so impactful. Like Dre wasn't up there as far as sales, but what he's done over his legacy and career warranted him that. You get what I'm saying? Bruno Mars was up and coming. That's why he got his.
But he also had to share the stage with his bitch. Let's not make it seem like Bruno had his own show.
True, but Bruno got to be up there twice.
True shit.
And very big, you know.
Yeah.
Very big show. I mean, he got a big portion of both of those shows.
Yes, he did. Because 24 Karat Magic was a hit. And then Uptown Funk, the fuck? That shit was like on everything.
Yeah.
And
then Rihanna got hers. She's somebody, she was having a big year around that time.
Also had Beyonce,
you knew she was going to get, you know, some shine, and she got on there twice, just like Bruno. I think she was on there both times with Bruno Mars. And then Madonna had hers. This going back a couple of years before Jay-Z took it over, or was that when he first took it over? I'm not sure who his first one was. Was it Madonna? No. It wasn't Madonna. Who was it? Katy Perry?
I thought it was Shakira.
It might have been Shakira.
I thought it was that one where he had Shakira because it was kind of
like Shakira, J-Lo, and it was technically J-Lo was the headliner, but Shakira was there also. And then and also I gotta make this correction. I've heard people say this, but they were saying Bad Bunny was the first Latino to headline the Super Bowl halftime. That's not true. The first one to head it was actually Gloria Estefan. She had it way before everybody else. So, and she performed in 2 Super Bowl performances.
Yeah, he was responsible for selecting Shakira, J-Lo, The Weeknd, Dr. J, Rihanna, and Usher.
Okay.
Shakira and J-Lo was his first one.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, honestly, because people are probably screaming for somebody who's not black or brown to perform the next one, the only people, well, he did reach out to Taylor Swift, and she said no.
Boo.
And then the only other person I can think of who's on that level would be like Billie Eilish, or if he went for Lady Gaga. Wait a minute, she had one, didn't she?
She had one already.
She already had one, so it won't be Lady Gaga. And then she's been on 2, I think, other performances.
I ain't trying to be a dickhead or nothing, but they're gonna have to switch the country.
But here's the thing: this is why I don't see them doing country, because what country artist is big?
Man, you could do a medley. Chris Stapleton, Blake whatever the fuck his name is.
Blake Shelton,
Goddamn. Yeah, Blake Shelton, Chris Stapleton, the
Carrie
racist white
Underwood,
boy. Yeah, Murphy, whatever the fuck his
probably
name
bring
is.
out like Reba McEntire or something.
Yeah, like they could make a medley, but I feel like it's to a point where they gonna tap on Jay-Z's shoulder and be like, all right now.
Yeah, yeah. If he don't, he gonna have to.
He gonna have
He's
to.
gonna
He gonna
have
have to
to
bring.
throw. He
Oh,
got
you
to
can't get
give.
Taylor. You can't get Taylor. Okay, well then Billy. Oh, she don't want to do it because she's too politically charged to be a
Yeah,
Democrat. Like, okay, well, get the most racist white people you can. Shit, we
because I
did
was
Kid Rock
thinking.
last year.
Because I was thinking, what other like rock artists could they throw out there who's huge
Chamonix
still?
funny.
And then I
Chamonix
was
funny shit,
thinking,
Dolly Parton.
well, maybe they can do Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm like, oh, that's right, they already had it.
They already did it. Aerosmith already did it. They already did their rock one. What, they gonna do Panic at the Disco or some shit? I don't.
But
Um,
but that's what I'm saying. As far as rock ones who are way up there at the top, it falls dramatically off a cliff. As far as being in the top like Spotify artists, they they probably just gonna have to bite the bullet and just throw a country one together and of random country people,
you ain't lying,
Shabuzi and
Cookies.
Jelly Roll and all that.
Oh, see what I'm saying? And there you go. There we go. There we go. Make
Shabuzi,
it.
Jelly Roll. What's the other dude's name who used to be rap? Post Malone.
Yeah.
And then throw out some of the new school. That would be like the new, and then throw out some of the old. I mean, I don't really know country like that, so I don't know who else they would get.
Baby, I listen to some country music. I ain't gonna hold you.
I don't.
I do. I listen to everything, and I can honestly say I do definitely listen to everything. And sometimes I just like listening to country music. So Shania Twain probably be in that bitch. Reba McEntire if they really need to stretch. Chris Stapleton, Blake Shelton, Carrie Underwood, probably the Dixie Chicks.
I kind of, part of me kind of wants them to go ahead and do it so that they could just like just be quiet. Just give it to them. Just give it to them.
That's why I said they're gonna tap him on the fucking shoulder because you just gotta shut him up. You just gotta shut him up for the Super Bowl. This is American football. We need giddy up. Goddamn it. And put money on it. Put money on it. Next year, quote me. Cowboys to the Super Bowl, Super American halftime show. That's my call. Cowboys to the Super Bowl. You're gonna have one of the most
Cowboys versus Chiefs.
Yeah, Cowboys versus Chiefs, the most white American KKK ass halftime show ever made to man. Feel me? They're gonna be out here honky-tonky.
And watch it get like only like 100 million views.
Hey, but I put money. But I put money. That's gonna be the biggest topic on fucking Facebook. They're like, good old boys gonna break their motherfucking necks to get to typing about.
Yeah, I feel like you got it. You got to do it. I mean, I honestly felt Jay-Z was kind of pushing when he just kept going R&B artists, R&B artists,
R&B rap, R&B rap.
Yeah,
I thought flops. It goes R&B rap, R&B rap, R&B rap.
Yeah, if not, he ain't gonna be doing it the year after that probably. And then, but here's the crazy thing: if they did switch and do that, and they threw somebody else in there, it's like, okay, well, Taylor Swift is now going to be over the halftime performance. Well, they wouldn't give it to her, but you get what I mean. Somebody country would be over it. Let's say now it's going to be Brooks and Dunn. They wouldn't let them do it either. No. But you get what I'm saying, like.
Oh, his name is Morgan Wallen. That's the boy that I was thinking of. Morgan Wallen. That's.
But I feel like you got to just give it to them. Let them have something for a while. Because I was like, okay, so what contemporary artist, what old school artists do we have out there who was a huge icon who never got a Super Bowl performance?
Bootsy Collins, George Clinton.
They ain't giving them that. They got.
I know, but if I could name some old school ones, like, and if we did an old school one, it would be Bootsy Collins, George Clinton. I would allow them to play whatever the fuck they need to play and watch it morph into somebody else's music because they were pioneers for the funk. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they pioneered for so many. In my opinion, he's a good one.
You know who I would pay to see? If it was up to me and I had to pick, like, I couldn't go for another Latin artist because, like, if it was me and I was putting who I would want, I would want Ozuna next, but I realized that's not going to happen. So anyway, I would go for a baby face. halftime performance, and Babyface, not necessarily Babyface doing his songs, but having all the artists which he wrote for.
So it'd be Babyface. So I would do Babyface, Teddy Riley, and
Because
then
he
bring
would,
all the artists that they did.
well, think
That's
he'd
me.
be able to bring out so many people because Babyface wrote songs for Madonna. He wrote songs for SWV. He wrote
Tony
songs.
Braxton, Bobby Brown, New Edition, Boys
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm
Men,
saying. He wrote
After
songs for
Seven.
so many people, going through so many different genres.
I've been to 3 Babyface concerts, baby. I love it because he don't even sing his own shit at his own concert.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Babyface, Bobby Brown, Jagged Edge concert, and when I tell you that motherfucker got on stage with a piano and sung other songs, shit, he could bring Bruno Mars out. He wrote for Bruno Mars.
True. That's what
He
I'm
wrote
saying.
for
There's
Usher.
so many people he could bring out. It would just be like, a shock to the system. It'd be like overload, overload, overload. That would be what I think
See,
could be palatable for everybody.
and
And
I agree with Cookies. I really do. Like it would be perfect for Taylor Swift to do it, but she's already declined the offer twice. And
yeah,
something else that
she
people don't
keeps
know. She's
declining
declined
it.
it twice
Yeah,
already.
it's not because they don't want her to do it.
She don't.
She don't want it. And the reason why, she's like, I make more money not doing them. I could just have a concert around that same time in fucking Germany or some shit and make so
And make
much more
more
money.
money and have more views.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if she'd get more views, but she wouldn't have as much money. Also, I think Taylor Swift would prefer, I think she kind of prefers to have the full set. I don't think she want to do no 12, 13 minutes and be done. She want to throw out her good 3-4 hour set. That's what she want to do. Really lay it out. Because she does a whole bunch of different things going on in hers. Like she got wardrobe changes and this new set's going to come up and then I'm going to go into this and become that. Now I'm going to be hanging from the rafters and she doing a whole bunch of different things going on. But I do agree. I think at this point in time, and then you figure out, all right, what are we going to do to get you to do a Super Bowl? And that way, that'll help. I think that would shut up a lot of country people too. As long as the Chiefs aren't in the Super Bowl at the same time. That's the only way we can make that one work. But yeah, I mean, but the TPUSA, the Kid Rock thing, that did not work. That was garbage. What did I think of Megyn Kelly's reaction? I thought Megyn Kelly, if that wasn't honestly, I just think more and more I'm starting to see her as more of a piece of shit than I used to see her as a piece of shit. Like that level is just getting worse and worse. And it's like I know I'm not the person with I don't believe in hitting women just like hitting women, but if there was like, okay, get away with slapping the shit out of somebody, I'd probably use one of my slap free passes on her. I mean,
come on down and get your smack a bitch pass.
Mm-hmm. She's like, and you could tell she kind of, I don't know. I just think I'm just tired of I'm so over the white racist thing. It's so it's so overdone. It's just, speaking of another white conservative racist or whatever, two of Trump's picks that he has up for nomination right now, they've been getting the shit grilled out of him. Was it Jeremy Carl? Have you heard about that?
Mm-mm.
This dude is a conservative podcaster who was preaching the white replacement theory. And that's who he's trying to get as one of his ambassadors. So he's supposed to be, I think, what is it, diversity ambassador or something like that? And they got a guy who's talking about, reverse racism and all this shit like that. Let me see. What's his name? Jeremy. I don't know why I just don't type on my computer. Jeremy Carl. nomination. So he is what is he going for? What is he being nominated for? Jeremy Carl, President Trump's nominee to lead the State Department's outreach to international organization. So that's what Trump is nominating this dude for. He's nominating a white replacement theory guy to lead State Department outreach to international organizations. I'll give him credit. He's going in there very mannerable. Thank you for the question. They're asking him, so you think that white people are more superior to others? I thank you for the question. I think that you guys are getting the wrong impression of what I've been saying. Like one of the ladies, he even said to her, she said, some of your comments that you've made, even after you've been nominated, are kind of mind-boggling to me. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but she's like, it's kind of baffling to me. You've been nominated and you're still making some of these same statements, which are more than likely going to disqualify you. He's like, well, I mean, I'm not in the job yet, and so I still got mouths to feed, so I got to still do what I do. I'm like, oh, this dude's he's thick, brain thick. I don't know what y'all think. And then the other one was talking about he's supposed to be like the ambassador to Denmark or something, and he's calling Denmark the 52nd state. Or that Denmark's going to be the 57th state.
50 what?
That Denmark's going to be the 52nd state.
Where's the 51st one?
They're talking about Finland. I mean, not, yeah, well, yeah. What is it? Finland, Iceland? No, Greenland. Sorry, Greenland.
What? Huh? What? We ain't even get that yet.
Yeah, he's thinking about Greenland. Yeah.
How you going to count past something? We ain't even got the first one. Shut your asses up. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm honestly kind of surprised that Republicans haven't just tried to make Puerto Rico the 51st state already.
They're not gonna let them niggas have a vote. No.
But here's what would surprise you. Believe it or not, there are a lot of Puerto Ricans who are there who don't really get it. And from the island, they really like rock with some of the Republican ideology. Well, I'll give you a perfect example. You know, Daddy Yankee was what's his name? John McCain supporter.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Do you know that Nicky Jam was part of MAGA?
What the fuck?
Until he denounced it just recently.
Well,
probably like last year, he was like, all right, I'm off the MAGA train. But like there's a couple of people which I follow online where, you know, from Puerto Rico, and they were like, yeah, I kind of lean more Republican until I moved to the US. Once I moved to the US, and then I really saw what this is about. It's not about what they say on the outside. It's deeper, and you got to learn to start reading between these fucking lines. Once they realize that, Nicky Jam don't have that excuse, because Nicky Jam has spent half his life in Massachusetts. So he goes back and forth from PR to I think, was he from Boston? So he don't have that excuse. But some of them get this, you know, like I'm trying to remember, what's the lady? I think she's a representative. She's Colombian in Texas, and her son.
Oh, and her baby got yoked up.
Yeah.
Now you on fucking what? Now you on the TikTok crying. Now you crying. You was like, fuck that. I support ICE. They're just doing their job. They're doing the Lord's work. And they did the Lord's work on your dumb ass too. So now what you got to say?
Yeah, you thought they just going after the illegals. And I'm like, this is what you guys do not understand. You're taking them for their word. That's the one thing you never do with these people. Never take them for their word. Because they're real good about saying one thing while underhandedly doing something different.
Yeah. Hold on. Yes, Bad Cookies. Yes. She was on that motherfucking bandwagon. Just as loud as those motherfuckers was like, we're Latins for Trump. And then he started dogging their asses the fuck out.
Oh yeah, the Cubans that were talking about, I will vote for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all made that reggaeton song, and now where the fuck y'all singing that motherfucker at? In ice tank. All right now.
Well, see,
All right now.
and Republicans, I mean, well, Cubanos, I understand it, though, especially the Miami ones. I understand. Don't that doesn't mean I agree with it. I understand where they come from because many of them go to the Republicans were the ones who fought for the policy for once yeah, gusanos. But once they touch American soil, they get refugee status. And so many of them give them credit. They give Republicans like eternal credit for that. But you also got like how I like to call them, and Gusanos is a good, it's definitely fitting. But I always
Good
say
night,
it's the
Jackie.
difference. Good night,
Jackie
Jackie.
season. Night, Jackie. Thanks for tuning in all the way from the pond, across the pond. We appreciate all your
Hmm.
views.
We definitely do.
Marcus, can you hold it
Um,
down for 10 minutes? I gotta walk Deuce real quick.
yeah.
Okay.
I always call it the difference between the Batista Cabuna, sorry, but Batista Cubanos and the Che Guevara Castro Cubanos, because you have some which were more in the vein of Che, where they were really looking for like more of this socialist revolution. Then you had like the Castro who was just looking for revolution away from Batista. And then you have Batista, which was like the ultimate dictator, who everything they say Castro is or was, Batista really was that dude. He really was doing like the most egregious and horrific stuff. And many of those gusanos, after they left from Cuba, they took their money, their wealth, their businesses, and moved to Miami. And once they moved to Miami, then they propped up all their businesses and everything was great, and they loved the great freedom of America and all that. But they forgot about how he treated the black and brown Cubanos on that island. They forgot about how he was. Oh, I know you never hear Batista's name anymore, but oh, I'll definitely bring up that piece of crap. Um, so, I like for people to understand that context. And if you notice, also another thing which Batista was very racist, and that's often put off onto like Castro and Che Guevara that they're the racists. But if you notice, most of his supporters, the ones who fled to Miami, are a lot of those racist Latinos that you run into in South Florida. And along with them, they're virtually the same as a lot of those Venezuelans that you run into in South Florida also. Or the racist capitalist Venezuelans. Also, I hate to say this, but there is also a misunderstanding of socialism, authoritarianism within Latin America. Because I've had a couple of conversations with different friends, and they assume anybody who's like a dictator, that means you're socialist or that means you're a communist. And it's like, no, socialism and communism are forms of government. Being an authoritarian, you can be an authoritarian. Just because you're an authoritarian doesn't mean you're a socialist, doesn't mean you're a communist. Um, for instance, Bukele, he is a dictator. He is an authoritarian. He is a capitalist through and through. And I don't think they understand. A lot of people don't understand the difference between those. Just like here in the United States, they don't understand the difference between. They think anybody who is left of center is a socialist, communist. All of it's intertwined. It all means the same thing, which is it's ridiculous. It doesn't. But without having proper, civics classes, most people don't understand the difference in that. Just like in America, they think that if you're a leftist, that means that you hate religion, you hate God, you're an atheist, you're anti-gun. That means you're LGBTQ, and those are not leftist policies. Those are not policies of the right either. I mean, when you get into a lot of places in South America, most of those people are heavily religious. Many of them are hardcore Catholics, whether they're on the right or the left. Religion is not a left or right issue in most countries. LGBTQ, your sexuality is not a right or a left issue. You have capitalists who are LGBTQ, just like you have communists and socialists who are LGBTQ. You have atheists who are on both sides of the right and the left in most other countries, but most Americans, they associate all of these social issues attaching to the right or the left, which is entirely wrong. Chris Sage, American propaganda is like working sorcery over people. Yeah, honestly, at this point now, most of American politics, what it boils down to is tribalism. And that goes into many of the things that I was talking about earlier in the show, how I'm done with tribalism. I'm done with just picking a team and now I slap on a jersey and now this is my side and I root for them no matter what. No, the moment you do wrong, we have to examine that wrong. If it's something where it's a slap on the wrist, okay, you did something wrong. We need to talk about that. But when you cross certain thresholds, I cannot cover you. I cannot cover for you once you go over this lane. Like, I don't care if you're my family. If you do Epstein type stuff, I'm turning you into the police myself. I'm not, because you're part. No, it don't work like that. So, and I feel like that is what I'm seeing with many of MAGA, and that's what I saw with many of blue MAGA. How even though y'all know Biden is losing his freaking mind, y'all are gonna sit here and circle the wagons and pretend everything is perfectly fine. Be honest, because you know the moment you see a half of that out of Trump, you guys are going to be screaming bloody murder. And then I watch the right turn around and do the same thing. You watch Trump do the most egregious things ever, go further in corruption than any president I've ever seen, and do, I mean, violate the law probably more than any president that we've ever had in this country. And yet they will sit there and find a way to spin it, just like brought up earlier with that video, Makai, where he was talking about how she spins to, well, the stock market is over 50,000. Okay, well, honestly, the stock market is over 50,000 mostly because of AI, not as the real representation of the economy. It's mostly AI. Oh, Bad Cookies is a great show. I learned a lot from you guys tonight. Thank you for everything. Good night, everyone. Got to go eat something before I go get. Thank you, Bad Cookies. Glad you were here. Definitely enjoyed having you here. If you still here, if you are already gone, somebody make sure to mention that to Bad Cookies if they talk to Bad Cookies soon. The Trumpers still think tariffs are a good idea. Honestly, at this point, Chris H., I'm starting to wonder how many of them know that it's not. They're just not willing to be honest. And that's what I'm starting to feel like with most of these people. You know what you're saying is bullshit. You're just willing to lie. And you love Trump so much, you're just gonna fucking lie for him. And I'm not in that camp of lying for no fucking politician. I never have been. Even though I was a Obama volunteer, when somebody came to me with some stuff Obama was doing, I was like, yep, I agree with you. And when he started getting to a point where I ain't like what he was doing, I was out of there. I was out of there. And I was calling him out just as much as anybody else. I'm like, no. Some people will say, well, Obama didn't necessarily say he was going to do this or do that. We just all just put our beliefs onto what we thought he was going to do. That is a damn lie. Because he said he was going to close Guantanamo. He did not. He said he was going to stop the wars. He did not. There was a lot of stuff he said that he was going to do out of his own mouth. I heard it because I listened to, when he was campaigning, I listened to like every Obama speech in entirety. I had his website memorized. So you cannot tell me, oh, Obama didn't say he was going to do that. No, yes, he did. Yes, the fuck he did. And then he got out there and he lied to us. And I'm not going to excuse that. And I hear Trumpers like, oh, well, I mean, you really think he's going to do everything he said he was going to do?
Yeah, that's the whole point of telling us you was gonna do something.
What don't tell me shit if you have no intentions on trying to do it. I'm not going to give you an excuse on this. Well, all politicians lie. No, that's bullshit. If you're going to lie to me, fuck you. That's it. I don't have no time for giving you this politician pass. Because if y'all gonna play that game, well, Trump said he was going to do this, he didn't. Well, all politicians lied, and I mean, you got to give every politician the benefit of the doubt, which you do not, because you motherfuckers are not consistent. That and I said that on somebody's thing. I said that's my biggest problem with Republicans. You motherfuckers are the biggest hypocrites. I will see you scream holy hell for the most minuscule thing that you see your political opponent do, and then find a way to justify everything your guy does. Sorry, I went on quite the tangent.
You good. I'm glad you held it down for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, you're absolutely right because, like, what? Or you didn't say who's gonna do everything. Well, don't tell me you fit to do some shit if you ain't fit to do some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, Trump said, I'm fitting to fuck the nation with no lube.
Mm-hmm.
And what is he doing?
Yeah.
Fucking the nation, no lube. That motherfucker gave you a play-by-play. He showed you the blueprint and the playbook. He said, this is what we finna do. He told y'all about that big, beautiful bill. I ain't gonna hold you. That motherfucker been checking shit off like he's Santa Claus out this bitch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, on all this negative shit that y'all claim, but he didn't say he was going to do that. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. He told y'all that last time he was in office. When I get back, first off, let's talk about that. The last time that motherfucker was in office, he said, "I'm gonna be back." I damned if I do, damned if you don't. He fucking came back, and then before he came back, him and his little Republican dogs was like, "This is what we finna do. We finna do this. We finna get rid of these women's rights. We finna get rid of these reproductive rights. We finna fuck over the gays. We finna fuck the niggas up. We finna deport the brown motherfuckers. We about to make this bitch white. We want this nation to be white because white is right. And damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Motherfucker ain't lied yet.
And all these people, especially a lot of these independents, they all wagered on the fact that, well, the economy was better under Trump. You idiots.
Oh my God. Okay. Hearing black people.
You slow leaks.
Hearing black people try to defend his presidency by stating, oh, well, I mean, the economy was better. Shut the fuck up. Unemployment is high as fuck right now. And honestly, it's a lot of black women that used to hold roles. And that's another thing that brings into Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody brought this to my attention and it bothered me. Sidebar, we're going to get to the main topic right back. Just give me 5 seconds segue.
Go for it.
When white women graduate college, they don't hold up their degrees, they hold up their engagement rings. When black women graduate college, we hold up our degrees because we were taught that the independence by getting a better education is going to withstand us longer than a husband. White women go to college to find husbands. Black women go to college to get more independence. Put that on your, there you go. Do that research too, okay? AP Black History class. But all those black women that went and stuck their neck on the line to get that independence, who have lost years of being able to find a mate or a partner, who have not been able to reproduce in this economy because they have decided that they went into student debt to get a degree so that they can hold a position, possibly in a government field, are now unemployed at the highest rate that they've ever been unemployed since civil rights.
Yeah.
Right now. That unemployment rate spiked because of his layoffs. That motherfucker created the new unemployment market right now, but the economy's better.
Well, here's another thing that's stupid about the whole thing that they said. And I see Chris H, but I see FBA's defend Trump on the economy being better. Did y'all forget a little thing called the fucking shutdown and pandemic? Are you fucking idiotic? If you shut down the whole entire country, the economy is going to get worse. And if memory serves me correctly, it was Trump that shut the country down first.
Well, the government shut down 3 hours ago again.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about during the pandemic when everything got shut down.
Mm-hmm.
The economy is going to be worse when you shut down all the fucking businesses. Duh.
Because they
I
can't
mean,
make
that's
the
just
money.
common sense. And then the supply chains are going to get backed up. And that's the thing. I'm somebody that I fucking hate Joe Biden. Y'all got me out here fucking defending Joe Biden because y'all don't have enough common sense to understand simple cause and effect.
Sleepy Joe.
If I shut down the store that you go and shop at, you can't buy shit.
What,
So that means
Marcus?
less money the store makes if it's closed longer. Duh.
But Marcus, the economy is better because I don't have to spend that money, so I see more money at my house.
Yeah, not if your utility bills go up.
Huh?
Not if your utility bills go up.
No, whatever do you mean, Marcus, about my utility bills? Are you talking about the data farms that are taking the water? No. Heavens no. AI is a great thing. Trump is doing great for the economy. That time.
And then I heard some of these same people say, well, we got checks under Trump. Biden gave y'all the same damn checks.
Well, I mean, but Democrats.
Exactly.
They're always going to find something else.
Well, I already know something. Anytime I hear them say the Democrat Party, anytime I hear any people say that, because y'all realize it changed. I don't know if how many people remember this, but it didn't used to be called the Democrat Party. The only people who said the Democrat Party were hardcore right wingers. That's the only people who used to say that term. Go back to about 2008. They were called the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Democratic Party. And only I'm talking about even like the Mitch McConnells and all of them, the mainstream Republicans all said Democratic Party. Then somehow the Tea Party came in and it started to morph and morph and morph and morph over and over and over till you have even the media saying the Democrat Party. And do y'all and if y'all don't realize, I can't remember the dude's name who came up with this. Was it Grover Norquist? It might have been. He was like, never call them the Democratic Party because we want to emphasize the rat. That's why we call them the Democrat Party. To emphasize the rat in them. And so you've taken one unscrupulous party and took their verbiage to insult one side while not addressing that this side is shitty also. I mean, if you're going to say Democrat side, then you need to start saying Republican side.
Ooh. I like that.
At least keep the energy even.
Hey.
Because I don't I grew up Republicans. I know these motherfuckers are worse. And I know people like, well, how can you play the what do they call it? The lesser two evils, because that's the world we live in.
Yeah.
You live in the world of lesser two evils. Don't let people fool you into this privileged position. The reason why you can afford to be like, yeah, I just won't take that. You still got to deal with the effects of it. Now, if somebody tell you, hey, I'm going to shoot you with rubber bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have the choice. You got the choice of you can put this vest on or you can get it with no vest. You still choosing one of the evils. You still getting shot either way. And that's what people don't get. Yeah, if you do this and I'm not choosing the lesser two evils, well, you can't sit there and complain about shit at all. Shut your bitch ass up when stuff happens. Don't say a motherfucking thing when shit goes bad.
This Black History Month.
That's I've been so frustrated hearing people like, I'm not, oh my God, because of Gaza, I'm so upset with Biden that I'm willing to accept Trump. So though I feel bad for these people and they're getting fucked over by either one, you're saying, you know what? I'm so hurt. I want to feel more pain to myself. so I can suffer in more pain for these people over here. That's what you basically said. You said, I want, if you got 401k, you say, you know what? I want to destroy part of my 401k. I want to be worried going down the street. I want my neighbors scared to go outside because of ICE is going to come and do whatever to them. You said, I prefer all of that because I don't like this injustice that's happening over there to those other people. So I want to suffer too. That's basically what you said, whether you realize it or not. So who's the smart one? The person who's like, hey, I'm gonna try to minimize the bad shit that's happened to me, or the one says, I want more bad shit that's gonna happen to me on principle. Which one makes more sense?
You still getting shot.
Because I see a whole lot of people out there that's what they did. Like I watch, there's a big uproar right now with Hassan Piker. I got a question for y'all. Where does Hassan Piker live? Hassan Piker lives in California.
Ooh.
He can vote for fucking purple aliens. It don't matter. If you live in California, your vote pretty much is gonna go to a Democrat.
Yeah.
Don't really fucking matter. I can sit home. It don't matter. It's still gonna go Democrat. That doesn't fucking matter. I can come out and mag it out if I want to. Still gonna go to a Democrat. So Hassan Piker, what he decides to do, doesn't really fucking matter. Oh, here's another thing. Hassan Piker's a millionaire. Are you? I'm tired of I'm watching these people sit here and make these political calculations off of people who have the privilege to be able to make these decisions. You don't. Stop fooling yourself into thinking you like them. You not. But sure, yeah, I'm the idiot. I don't get it. Principle above all, right?
But Marcus, how can you say such a thing?
I'm just saying. You decided that you wanted ICE and ICE to be the most funded agency in the government. Because here's this. Though I don't like Kamala Harris, punk ass, do you think Kamala Harris would have ICE agents in Minnesota?
No.
In Chicago?
No.
Do you think that she would have ICE agents running down taco stands?
Ooh, child, that is so racist.
Do you think Alex Preddy shooting that man, unloading a clip into him, would get away? Wouldn't be convicted? You think this man wouldn't go to trial? You think Renee Good wouldn't have gone? You think
got some justice? She would have got justice by now, baby.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trying to
what's the other boy's name? Was it Keith Porter?
Yeah. And I'm not gonna say that.
Well, I don't know for a fact on him. He black, so I don't know for a fact he would have got justice. But
because she sent them niggas to jail. But I'm not even gonna tell you she would have done it out of the kindness of her heart. No, she wouldn't have done it because
of the outrage.
No, yeah. They would have been like, oh, well, what's this nigga bitch gonna do now?
Mm-hmm.
That's all it would have been. All it would have been was to show face. To be like, oh no, I love our people.
You think we would have had these government shutdowns?
Hell no. They would have bent her. They would have made her bend the knee.
Hell, here's another thing. Do you know how many times Netanyahu actually asked Biden to strike Iran?
Too many.
Yeah. I heard a bunch of people say, if Kamala would have been in, she would have did it too. Well, Biden was even more Netanyahu friendly than Kamala is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kamala would have been too scared because she understands this could start World War III. I'm not saying that she would have did it out of the goodness of her heart, but I think because she has enough common sense, she wouldn't have been doing the shit that Trump's doing. I mean, compared to Trump, she's a fucking astrophysicist.
Jesus.
This motherfucker Trump is literally one of the dumbest presidents ever. And people try to give him credit It's no. Trump is smart. No, he knows. No, he doesn't. Trump does not know
Maybe
what the fuck he's doing on anything,
he,
and he has
he
showed
can't
that over
even.
his whole career.
Yeah, he can't even run a fucking business when he was a businessman. But y'all gonna tell us that he's so good with money. Our economy is so much better. He done ran all his businesses into the ground.
You cannot tell me a man who bankrupted a casino is good with money.
And it makes money. That's the whole point. The house always wins. How do you bankrupt a casino, nigga? That's the point of the casino. It's to make the monies. Idiot fucks.
Oh yeah, kind of an off-topic thing, but to Chaminique's question about the Porto's bakery lady, I'm pretty sure she is a Gusano also, and one of my bosses I think is a Gusano, but I'll skip past that. I mean, it's more of them. It's more of them in the it's more of them in the Florida area than you do typically have on the West Coast, but there's definitely some over here. But that's all I'm saying. I just think that Kamala, out of pure fear, some of the shit she wasn't going to do, and what I've typically seen with Democrats, by what they won't do, sometimes
a Republican will.
Yeah, sometimes just not doing something is better than them doing something. For instance, say you've been shitty at your job for years. Everybody know you probably should get fired. This one boss just never will fire you. But this other boss, the moment they get in power, your ass is gone. Yeah. There are consequences. There's a difference. There's consequences to things. And that's what I'm saying. The Democrats are incompetent. The Democrats are corrupt. And the Democrats have no spine and backbone. But they're not stupid. Republicans are stupid, dangerous, and reckless. Like I use this term. I remember when I was talking about Hillary versus Trump. I said, you got the old lady with the big Suburban who drives 20 miles under the speed limit and gets in fender benders every 5 seconds. Do you take that as your Uber driver? Or do you take the 16-year-old with the Ferrari with a lead foot who got cataracts to be your driver?
You still get an accident.
Yeah, but one accident is going to kill you. And it seems like America said, I want the 16-year-old with the lead foot and cataracts.
If I'm going to die, make it fast.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to die, make it fast. That's what it's been feeling like. Live fast, die hard. That's the mindset.
Keep in mind, Trump has only been in power for 1 year. This dude got 3 more years.
God damn, y'all.
3. Just keep that in mind. He got 3 more years. Because I had somebody ask me, they were like, do you think Trump would, because he said that his son is talking about buying land in Mexico so that he can flee in case things get too crazy. Now the friend I'm talking about, he's originally from Mexico. And, you know, he lives in the States. He got a citizenship. He voted for Trump. Nicest guy ever. But he's like, no, man, you really think like, I think my son, he's like kind of overreacting.
What?
And I'm like,
what?
Brother, I said, how about we revisit this conversation in a year? I don't think your son's overreacting. I think we are literally sitting with us. We are flirting with World War III almost every day. We're in a situation where we could see a post-apocalyptic society. We could see United States having missiles launched on it because of the recklessness and the stupidity of this president. It's one thing having some small ball negative things and some setbacks. And okay, well, once we get past the dumb Democrats and maybe we can get somebody else in there who's going to do a little bit better, you know, yeah, we had 2 steps back. Maybe we can get a couple steps forward. This is like, no, I want to wipe away everything. This dude is literally operating like he's a fucking king.
And I'm glad that you said that. We have 3 years left. Y'all better hope that's all we got left.
Yeah, gotta hope he don't find and
A
honestly,
loophole.
honestly, you better hope that. Well, it's not even going to be a loophole because there's no actual loophole he can find. What it is can he install enough fear and isolate or insulate himself with enough power that you can't fuck with him?
Yeah. And all
Because if
he
he
needs is the
insulates
right.
himself with enough power and you can't take him out of office, then
What you
what?
gonna do then? Then what you gonna do?
What happens if he gets to a point where he's
He's
coalesced all
untouchable.
the generals to his side? Now you're dealing with the basic thing that happens in a dictatorship. Now, fuck the laws. We create the laws. We tell you what truth is. This is how dictatorships form.
Y'all
And
not ready for that though.
okay, yeah. Do I believe that under Biden, under Obama, if it would have been what's her name, Hillary, I think Hillary, this would have been even worse. We would have had more renditions, more citizens getting snatched off the streets, thrown into black sites. Yeah, I definitely believe that was happening. And I believe under Hillary, it would have been even more so. If y'all let this dude Trump, if he finds a way to hold on to power even longer,
He's gonna do his big one on y'all.
keep talking about his ass if you want to. He gonna be locking people up right and left, just like a dictator does, and then finding trumped up reasons, pun intended, to either have you at the end of a rope, or
Right, the bottom of the guillotine,
or have about 100,000 volts going through your body,
or bring back the guillotine.
Mm-hmm. This dude shows that he is not beyond being petty, and he holds grudges and vengeance against any political adversaries, big or small. Telling you.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch.
Hey, y'all want to be living in fucking Hunger Games? Fucking around.
Oh my God, we about to do it. Are we going? Is he going through with that?
Keep fucking around. You're gonna be living in Hunger Games.
Is he still going through with the Hunger Games anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
That's what he's doing. But I'm saying, think about it. For those who don't know what I mean by Hunger Games, in the movie Hunger Games, they have these games that the people who are separated into these different districts have to, go against each other. And some of them are poor districts, some are wealthy. And that's how the games start off. But when they get to the point of like where the movie is at, there had already been a massive war and a rebellion, and they've stamped out the rebellion. And now they require you put two of your children up for this game, which is basically, a sacrifice.
Didn't he already say we about to start doing that though?
I'm just saying he's rolling. See how Trump does is he's one of the, how like you dating a dude and he'll try to hug you a little bit and you don't stop the hug and he wrap them hands a little bit lower. You don't stop that. Next thing you know, his hands are sitting on your ass. You don't stop that. Next thing you know, he trying to open up a couple of buttons. That's Trump. He has to be told a hard no, or next thing you know, he gonna have you laid up against a bed with his hand over your mouth doing things you don't want done. He's not a person who he really understands what no means. He's going to force his will no matter what. And if he don't have somebody who's going to be strong enough to push back and tell him, hell the fuck no, this ain't happening, he gonna take what he want from you. And he's not one of those people who he forgets about something. You tell him no once, he'll come back, ask you later. Come back a couple more days, ask you again. Come back a month later, ask you again. He might keep asking you for a couple of years straight. You got to maintain no. No means fucking no. He's one of those, he gonna keep trying. He don't never get that thought out of his mind once it gets in there. That's why he's so dangerous. But
He done grabbed America by the pussy a couple times.
But y'all keep thinking it's a game. Keep thinking it's a game if you want to.
Until it's your district getting called.
I mean, I've talked to people firsthand who they lived in countries which have fallen apart and failed to see, where
The
things were
error of their
going.
ways. The
Yeah,
error of their ways. Allowing them to get a little too much power. That's really all it is.
dude. I was in high school with some of my friends who were from Bosnia and Kosovo and stuff like that, and there's stories about Milosevic.
Mm.
And I remember those stories that they had and talking to some of their parents, like them talking about how it was in the beginning and then how it eventually became. And what's scarier is this is the number one hegemon country in the world doing the same stuff that a Milosevic was doing in his early days, running up to power. Well, he already had power, but running up to becoming a dictator. And we got and just like Milosevic, he had his good 30, 35, 40%, which defended him no matter what he did. And other people thinking, oh, well, I mean, things aren't great under him, but you know what? He'll be out of power soon enough.
It's not that bad.
Mm-hmm. No, you people are exaggerating. I mean, you really think he's going to do X? You really think he's going to do Y?
You
Y'all
really
tripping.
think they okay.
Until he's actually doing it. There were people in his first term. He didn't do all this stuff because he had guardrails. He had people who were, hey, Mr. President, maybe we should back away from the ledge. Up. Don't push that button. That's not a good idea. He ain't got nobody around to do that no more. He's like a 2-year-old. A 2-year-old will push every boundary, try to stick a fork in the wall. They're gonna do everything if there's not guardians around to stop them. It's like every little kid has like a suicide mission. they just be doing anything. They don't know no better. And to them, in their little mind, it makes sense. It's a smart idea.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
But this is what we have as a president right now. An overgrown toddler who doesn't just touching shit, just doing things. Who gets his little feelings hurt. Just like a little kid, you tell them no more snack. Now they want to start throwing a tantrum, throwing things, looking at you mad.
And they still shitting on themselves.
Which, yeah, he looks like he's at that phase of shitting on himself and hardly able to walk.
Hey, they said that he did. They said in one of his things, one of his press conferences, he pooped on himself, and they was just smelling it. And I was looking at their face. I said, "Oh yeah, he definitely did that."
Oh yeah. Did you see any of the Pam Bondi?
I saw when she got read for filth by that beautiful black woman.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she was like, I don't even want to talk to this one because I know she ain't about to answer no question. Let me read her real quick.
I also saw a Hispanic man from Texas, Garcia, I believe. He read her for filth too.
A couple of people did. You know that they're the House is thinking about bringing her back for questioning because
is she gonna answer questions?
No, they want to know why is she researching Congress? Why is she researching House and Congressmen? Why is she researching them? They looked at her laptop, and on her laptop she had Pramila Jayapal's search history.
Yeah, why is she?
Yeah, that's what you're using your powers for, to spy into what you think the other side is going to ask you. That's highly unusual. I mean, it looks to me like this woman is never just she hasn't gotten out of being Trump's defense lawyer. She's still acting like she's a fucking defense lawyer. You the attorney general, which you should not be. You're woefully unqualified. And also you don't have the temperament or the moral compass. You're supposed to be almost independent.
Oh,
Yes,
she's definitely paid. You're definitely a paid party.
yeah, you're supposed to be impartial once you get into that office.
No.
I mean,
That's
and
not
she's
the
not
reason
even
why she
doing
got the position.
she's not even doing her job. Like she's not like prosecuting real cases and focusing on this and focusing on that. All she's focusing on is protecting Donald Trump. And it's like that is not the job of AG.
No, but that is the job of a right hand to the dictator.
I mean, do you realize like when like for instance Keith Ellison, when he was the AG, the stuff that he was working on?
Mm-mm.
He was investor. He was completely independent. He was like, okay, well, this corporation is doing this thing wrong. I'm going to bring them on. I'm going to bring them up on this. And oh well, wait a minute. There's a class action lawsuit against blah 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 blah. I'm going to look into this. And oh wait a minute, we got a domestic terrorist over here. Yeah, we need to bring them up under this statute, that statute. This is what he's doing. He's like doing his job, like focusing on all these other things. He is not worried about what the president got going on. Just like the FBI normally would be focusing on all these other things, where Kash Patel is literally spending half his time trying to fight the battles of Donald Trump.
Yeah, for the Epstein files. Everything else under the sun.
Oh yeah, shoot. I'm sorry, I ain't been looking at the chat, but yeah, Abby was saying a couple. Here I'm gonna read a couple of Abby's comments. She said, "No, Argentina, because they can't face extradition." Well, I maybe I just don't trust Malay. I wouldn't be surprised if that motherfucker changed shit. I would not be surprised, especially if you going against Trump or you said anything negative against Trump. Yes, in fact, I don't know. For people that did not notice that he did this, he made tech CEOs lieutenants in the military, like with active power in the military.
And codes.
Mm-hmm.
They have codes, y'all.
No boot, yeah, no training, no boot camp, no none of that. Just hey,
no boots on
boom,
the ground. How about
you're a
Never?
lieutenant now, and you're over this division. It's like y'all realize what that is, right? The definition for that when you have the fusion of government and business together.
Called corruption.
Well, it's corruption and it's called fascism. That's exactly what Mussolini was doing. Yep.
There was a article I've just seen where this man was on what was I watching? And this man was speaking and he was like, yeah, Trump's a fascist.
Oh yeah.
Was it the Who? That wasn't the Who. Who was it? It was somebody else. I gotta find it now.
Dude, any dude who says have you ever heard of a president saying that they look up to fucking Kim Jong-un?
No, that's insane.
That dude was like, man, I love how much power he has over his people. I need that.
Yeah, we're screwed, y'all.
Yeah, this dude is a fucking dictator. Well, he wants to be.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Tom. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, so I just
Tell Tom I sent you the link on Telegram, Tom.
Oh, you did? Oh, I don't know. He probably didn't get it. Or unless the show wearing long. North Korea is not a dictatorship. Well, what is it?
Who said that?
Chris H said that. It says not. Oh, he just got home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not a dictatorship, then
it's damn sure close to one.
Or unless we're saying that maybe there's propaganda that's framing him wrong. But I mean, he's definitely authoritarian. I mean, I don't think Putin is a dictator, but he's definitely an authoritarian. And just because I say he's authoritarian doesn't mean that I don't think some things he does in this country aren't good. I think that, I mean, the reason why I would say that he's a dictator because I've talked with people who I trust their say so on some of their opinions on some of the stuff that's going on. And from some of the things I've researched, I know that if you even say the wrong things about Kim Jong Un and it gets back to him, you could end up in a black site. That's at least authoritarian. And the fact that they can't take him out of power and he's not a king, I don't know what you call that. I mean, they don't have the power to vote him out. So if he's not a dictator, then I guess he's a king. That's the only other thing you can really be.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
I know that I'm not saying that they're not lying about North Korea. Every dictator doesn't mean that you're the most horrendous person ever. And there are things that they lie about. They say that he's not feeding his people. That's not true. That's definitely not true. I mean, hell, like I mentioned earlier, Bukele, he's a dictator. He's literally rounding up people and throwing them into giant, giant prisons. They're like, oh, he's cleaning up the streets. Yeah, because he's just locking everybody up, whether they're a criminal or not. If he even thinks you're a criminal, he just locks you up. That's an authoritarian. That's a dictator. Dictators don't necessarily care about proof. Well, I mean, I get where they're coming from. I get what you're saying about they claim all communists or socialists as dictators. Yeah, I know, and that's what I was mentioning earlier about like a lot of people don't know the difference between communism, socialism. Just because you're a communist doesn't automatically equate you to being a dictator. Like Bukele, for instance, Bukele is a dictator and he's a capitalist. I mean, even though they call China's government the communist party, it's technically not. It's kind of a mixed economy. It's not really. It's an authoritarian mixed economy. I wouldn't even really consider it communist. I would say that it's what I'm trying to think. What would I best call it? I'd say it's an authoritarian social democracy where there is some forms of a government. You do have a changeover in power from presidents. You do have changeover in power of other positions and things like that. But there's also a certain amount of heavy control and power to the executive, which leads to it being authoritarian. But at the same time, you're allowed to have wealth, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. More like a social democracy. I definitely don't consider them communists. I don't think there's any actual communist government that we've seen. I don't even feel like the Russians, who were considered communists, were actually an official communist government. I think that they would have been more closely akin to socialist than communist. I don't think we've ever truly seen a communist government. Maybe what's his name? Maybe Mao Zedong. Maybe I'd probably say maybe Mao Zedong was probably a communist government. And many of the people who were alive during the Mao Zedong, many of the people who were alive during the Mao Zedong, time period considered him a great leader. So, uh, though he's considered a dictator to some, most of the reports that you hear from his people is that they loved him. So I don't know what to do with that,
Now, did they say they love him because there was a gun to their head, or did they really like him?
No, many of them they quote him and stuff like that, like adoring fans.
Oh,
Like not just like reciting the same talking points. Like many of them will just in random conversation. Well, Mao Zedong says to do like they really like many of them like really were rocking with him hard. Now, just like any leader, you're going to have a section of the government. I mean, section of the populace that doesn't like you, but many of them, from what I've heard, were big fans of him. So I think many people automatically equate being a dictator with being
Evil.
yeah. Well, it would be that's one that many equate it to being evil. Many equate them also to being socialist or communist, which isn't always true. Um, Mussolini. Mussolini was a
Mm.
dictator, and Mussolini was to the right. I mean, his government was clearly a fascist regime. I mean, and I think probably because of some of that, um, a lot of times Hitler, for instance, who was a dictator, is often equated with socialism because of course, national and socialism, that's what they call themselves. But
hmm
there were many elements of his government that were very akin to fascism also, and I would have considered a mixture of different political philosophies. I wouldn't put it as one or the other. So when really looking at it, investigating how his government ran, I think more than anything, the problem with his government was it was an authoritarian regime. And you can be an authoritarian or a dictator without being to the right or to the left. Hell, I feel many of American governments have been very authoritarian in different ways while being more to the right or center right. I don't know. What do you think, Till? Looks like I got
Um,
oh, it's my mom calling.
I hey mom. Um, no, I agree 100% with with everything that you said. Because and when I think of a dictator, I think of Mao Zedong. I think
Mhm.
of Mussolini. I think of the evil ones. I think of like the generic. Oh no, a dictator. We can't have that. Um, some people forget who was in charge of the USSR.
Shoot, depends
Stalin.
on which one.
Stalin.
The USSR would have been, yeah, Stalin.
Okay.
Was
I
over
think
USSR.
I,
You
I
had
I
various
think of
different
him.
ones.
I think no him. I think of Stalin.
Stalin was a dictator without a doubt. Now Stalin would have been to the left.
Yes.
You could say Stalin would be. mm, you could say here's the thing. Yeah, you could make an argument that Stalin would have been considered basically a communist, and then people will
hmm
turn that to say, "Well, see, that's proof that communism fails." Well, also you got to remember that he was going through a war too at the same time, where there were sieges going on, and so you can't have a government that's assaulted by sieges and not be able to have their economy run how it would properly run because they're fighting a
hmm
war. That's not a good judge of like that governmental system because there's stress on the system. It's just like the
hmm
same thing in Venezuela, which Venezuela is a socialist government. You got tariffs on it right and left, and you got espionage from the CIA and Mossad and MI6 also. So if you got all these governments which are attacking it from the outside, that's not a fair representation of how that government is doing.
Because you don't get a chance to see how they're really going to rock.
Exactly, and that's my point.
And and then
When
on
you
top
look
of
at
that,
any of these,
they come out they face so quick by using old boy Stalin. That's why I brought his name up
yeah,
because he had so many adversities from outside forces that he couldn't even do his job as a dictator, and thus his people were starved because they quick to say, "Well, he's starved. They're starving their peoples." Dictator cut out cookie cutter dictators, starving the people, all about money, up in somebody's war, right?
hmm
Stalin, people were starving, up in somebody's war, was about the bread, okay? But
hmm
he couldn't even assist his people. USSR was already starving because of the wars that they were having within themselves.
and they were think about it, they were facing a war. Well, they had civil war going on at the same
Yes,
time also, but then they were being assaulted by Germany too.
at the same fucking time.
I mean, and
It-
keep in mind the same thing that Germany was dealing with in World War I and World War II internally was the same thing that Russia was dealing with also.
yes.
So they were fighting with power struggles on the top with certain groups of people who, were affecting the populace. And remember that thing I brought up earlier in the show about banking and usury?
Mm-hmm.
Some of those things were going on internally inside of Russia also. So also just look at some of the people who were in power. I'll just leave it at that. I don't know. I think it's about time Germany just stopped selling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A couple of years ago, I saw that. I can't remember what they were called. What were they? I think I got it in my. I was gonna show it. You know about those cookies, right?
What cookies?
The cookies that Germany had. What were they called? Apologies, I'm gonna say this. I almost don't even want to say this shit out loud. They were called Nigerkies.
Damn, nigga cookies?
Yes.
Damn, that's crazy.
Let me pull it up and I'll show it to y'all. For
Were they
real.
good at least?
You a fool. You a fool. Uh, but yeah, they sold these in Germany up until a couple of years ago. I mean, keep in mind they still dress up the original Santa in the real Santa Claus suit.
Mm,
Remember Santa and he got little black elves.
mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find why y'all don't want to show the image? Let's see. Let me find that image. Let me find that image and show y'all. Oh, here it is. This is the one that it's the one that Abby brought up.
Ah, Prost. Come get your nigga cookies.
You see it?
Yes. Good morning. I'm down. Prost. Get
Mm-hmm.
your cookies. What kind of cookies are those? Nigga cookies.
Yep. And that's them in blackface and stuff over there. That's Belgium, but Belgium is like right next door. It's basically the child of Germany.
Yeah, and not to mention Belgium chocolate. They ain't got no goddamn cocoa plants in Belgium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know where they
Oh,
got that from.
okay. They used to do the black hands.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one I'll bring up, the last thing I guess I'll bring up is I'll bring up the racist, because a lot of people don't realize Santa Claus and the elves and all that goes back to racism also.
Yeah. Yeah. Saint Nick. Don't give gifts to the Negroes.
Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't know. That's one country I don't know. I want to mess with them.
Oh.
I don't know if like going on vacation someplace. I'm like, I don't want to go there.
Oh, I'd never go to Germany by choice. I'll take a layover in that motherfucker over France, but I ain't going there by choice. Mm-mm.
See, and these over here are like the elves.
Damn, that's crazy. We don't get a break no damn where.
Mm-mm.
We gonna go to
Look,
outer space and they still gonna be
and
like, are those niggas?
they even threw the big hoop earrings in too.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And see right here, see Saint Nick sitting in his chair
Mm-hmm.
with his elves.
Yeah, elves my ass.
Yeah, they call it Black Pete. And here they are protesting against the Black Pete. But yeah, they still doing Black Pete out there.
Hi. Welcome.
Yeah. I almost feel like I need to end it with something funny, man. This one been
Our
crazy.
economy. Ha 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 ha. Oh, not that funny.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know who Pam Bondi is?
Hold on. Yeah, you know about Gangsta Peach, right? Might
No,
throw
what's that?
what is it? You don't know about Gangsta Peach?
Mm-mm.
Let me find him real quick. He be cracking me up online. And since you're a chef, you got to know about him. You got it. Well, he's a comedian, but dang, I don't know why it gets so hard for me to operate Instagram when I get on my laptop. I'm so not used to doing it on my laptop. Let's see, Gangsta Peach. What is it? Oh, here he is. Hold on. Now I put this on the screen. Yeah, the Dow's at 50K. You dumb bitch. Oh, I hate Pam Bondi. Here you go. Let's see. What are we gonna start with? Oh, here we go.
We got another delicious recipe for your bitch ass. Thai curry meatballs, scrambled chicken, little crystals, chicken baby, vampire bullets, Chinese medicine, gay onions, coconut jizz, bikini bottom juice, bougie breadcrumbs, Asian tomato paste, flavor enhancers. Some of y'all be on my nerves asking me questions like, hey, Thug Peach, when you gonna come out with a cookbook? Whenever the fuck I feel like it. I'm gonna make one though. This is real ginger, not the shit that be in ginger ale. Black people, ginger ale ain't no real fucking medicine. Canada Dry ain't gonna dry up that motherfucking flu. Put all this garlic up in there. Got your breath smelling hotter than a Planet Fitness after the holidays. Ain't no judgment around here, and I know y'all judging me for putting garlic in a measuring spoon, but a thug got to do what a thug got to do. We about to go from pasty to tasty. How you even milk a coconut? Coconut ain't got no titties. But God, that's saltier than Michigan losing to Ohio State. About a cup of this cremated loaf of bread. Remind me of my partner that we lost. Spread his ashes at the swap meet. This is more mixed than somebody's quarters on their 21st birthday. You out here drinking wine with margaritas, vodka with Hennessy. Stay in your lane, bitch. Gotta circumcise this shallot. I saw them do this at a hibachi restaurant. Shit! Got me burning like that time I went home with a stripper. This looked like the first time I watched Fox and the Hound. When you're the best of friends. Do-do-do. Gangster took the dice game from the alley to the cut board. Shredded chicken titties. Now you gotta massage these Thai meatballs. Usually that costs extra. You gotta work it with both hands. Pause. Like when you get your tax refund check, we ball it. Look how nice my balls look. Got him. Earl up the pan. A gangster cooking on a Swiss diamond. They got non-stick ceramic-based coating, reinforced with real diamond crystals. One of the hardest and most thermally conductive materials on Earth. They PFAS-free and produce under environmentally safe conditions. Get them forever chemicals up out my body. And they work on all stovetops, including induction. Sear these balls until they golden brown like Bruno Mars coming out of tanning booth. All these Thai flavors got my house smelling like a trip to White Lotus. Stir-fry them bitches till it's fragrant. Get it creamy. Fish sauce, that secret ingredient Mr. Krabs be talking about. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Got a teaspoon of that Coldplay, that yellow, that turmeric. This is going from white to orange like a president. Got the sauce bubbling like a bong rip. Get your balls wet. It's pan non-stick, like when you got enough money to beat the case. These look like Dragon Balls. Gonna make me Kamehameha all over the place. Got a gangster out here ready to hit the fusion. Bitch, see how a gangster roll it up? These Thai meatballs so good after one bite, she gonna be begging you for a trip to Bangkok. Call me Steph Curry the way I be handling these balls. Wait, hold on, shit, wait, give me that camera. Stop the camera. What I meant to say, these balls look delicious. Fuck! Just put my balls in your mouth. That shit good as hell. Fuck out my house. What up, suckers? It's gangsta.
Bikini bottom juice took me out.
Oh boy, yeah, Gangsta Peach. Oh, he's hilarious. He's hilarious. I'm gonna send you some more of his his recipe, and the shit the food be looking good as hell too. I think his name is like Jordan something, Jordan Fisher. But yeah, the other one, the one that always stick in my head, he'd be like, vampire bullets.
Garlic.
But yeah, we had 4 hour mark. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on that note. We had a great show. I mean, really got through some information that I felt needed to get through. Got some shit off my chest that I felt needed to. Oh, I'm gonna reach out to Steve. I might go and hop on his show tomorrow morning.
Good, because I'm gonna be on it too. I'm usually on Mondays.
Are you on Mondays? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Since
Let's
I'm
make
off
it real
tomorrow,
black.
I figure I'll
Me
go
too.
check it out. So if you play chess on Checkmate, we on Checkmate? But yeah, and then I'm working on my video that I'm gonna probably do.
If you are, I'll send you the link because I have that StreamYard login.
Yeah, just send me the link. Let him know that Marcus want to swing through,
Okay.
or I can email him too.
Man, I'll just text him and let him know.
All right. Steve is Steve Porkinen from AM Wake Up on the Rumble. So yeah, I always try to swing over there when I can. I mean, if I have more days off, or if I was at like if I work going in at say, shit, I'd have to go in at like noon to be on his show on a regular.
Yeah, his shows be early. His show be early in the morning.
I mean, even though I go in early because I'm on the West Coast, it's not early for y'all. So, like, I start my work day about 7. I say about 7 because I'm never there on time.
Me either.
Well, technically, they didn't approve. They didn't approve like everybody was going to switch to 7 o'clock shift. So technically, I'm supposed to be in at 8. So me coming in 7:15, whatever, I'm still early. Let's see. I see you were talking about Tuesday. I can't do this Tuesday, Abby. So I'm going to the movies.
Oh shit, Mark's got another motherfucking date. This
I'm going to go see.
Got fancy YouTube and dates.
I'm going to go see Crime 101. I just saw what was the other one? I just saw Dracula. Wasn't that bad? It was all right. It was all right. It's like if you took that 92 Bram Stoker's Dracula and kind of like cleaned it up.
Because you know my boy in it from Django and shit.
Oh, Christopher Waltz did his thing.
I love him.
He did his thing in there. He did his thing. I mean, honestly, I like how they had some Dracula. What they did with Dracula in the fight, like his fight scene, his character was like, especially how it started off. It started off real gangster. Like I definitely liked it. Win by Jordan Peele. What's Win? I didn't even know that was out.
Jordan got another movie out?
Damn. I'm slipping. I don't even know about that. I know I just watched that other movie, that AI movie, Mercy, which I told y'all to go check out.
It's already out, bro? Damn.
Yeah. I saw that one. That was pretty good.
Did it pan out how you liked it?
Yeah, because it like everybody tried to compare it to what's the other pre-crime movie? Minority Report. Minority Report is like, it definitely just feels like a sci-fi movie. It don't feel like it's like it could really happen to me.
But Mercy
because not the way it happens in there. Like, are we ever going to be in at this point where we got how high tech everything is there? You ain't got no hoopties. You got like this sky rail thing where your car comes out from the building and goes right onto the highway, and it was just the level of high tech in that movie. I don't see that reality coming to America ever. And also that their whole system is based off of psychic twins. I mean psychic triplets. I don't buy that we'd ever see a situation like that. It would have to
The
be some form
Oracle.
of AI. I think with the amount of atheists that we have in this country, there's no way that they would ever believe on what some would call superstition. So that's another reason I'm like, I can't really. I feel it's still the concept I get pre-crime, worried about pre-crime is one thing, but it being executed the way it was in that movie, not likely. But in this movie, it's all AI. It's the AI that is doing this. It's them coming now. It's kind of an experimental project, and it's happened in LA. All the stuff that I see in that movie is something that I can imagine happening literally tomorrow. The only thing that they had that's probably would be a little further down the road, because I think this movie is like supposed to be like maybe 5-10 years from now. Is they have what is it? They have like almost these police hover like ATVs, and a couple of them you can use to kind of fly over LA traffic and stuff. But like there's a part where the homelessness is like out of control, where like a whole street, and I don't mean like how Skid Row is, I mean literally the street itself. Like they just got tents all throughout the whole street.
Damn.
Both sidewalks are full, and 4 lanes of traffic are shut down because it's just tents in the street. I could see LA getting like that, over years. And then also how the system can be put in place, but a system like that can be manipulated. I can see that being realistic. So it's like if Minority Report was kind of more realistic, because you're going to have the dumb factor part of any real reality, right?
Mhm.
It's not going to be everything on a super genius level. So that's why I liked it as in being more realistic, having flaws in the system, flaws within the people, flaws within the system, flaws within the judgment of putting the system together, and the fact that it's kind of done in a limited setting. So it's kind of like this is a experimental program only for like LA. So like the rest of the country is not doing this thing. So that's what I'm saying. It works for me, makes more sense, even though it got obliterated by a lot of the critics. I don't know, but that's my last 2 cents on it. I agree with that, Chamonix. She definitely is. Oh, Chamonix said, I saw Crime 101 last night. It was good. So Halle Berry still looking good for 60. Yeah.
That half black don't crack.
It reminded me of, I guess they got a thing going on, a challenge with, like, I guess women challenging who looks better at 50, white women
Regina
or black
Hall.
women.
Oh.
And I'm like, that don't do that.
Yeah, because y'all gonna be sad because
don't do that.
Who y'all putting up? Martha Stewart, plastic surgery. Kris Jenner, plastic surgery. Who y'all putting up?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, let's not do that. Not during Black History Month.
No. Hell, man, I saw a video of Koreans flipping out because they couldn't believe how many black people, what ages they were. They was like, there's no way this woman is 50 years old. This woman is 60 years old. This is fucking unbelievable.
Well,
black people don't age.
No tea, no shade. It's because Asians age, either they stay 26 until they're 106, or they turn 106 when they turn 36. Ain't no in between.
Yeah. So, I mean, I remember being in Italy and seeing women who will look great up until about 45 and then turn into an 85-year-old overnight.
Mm-hmm.
It's like up until 45, she's looking good, and then right off the cliff.
Crazy work.
I don't know. I've seen certain groups do that.
But thanks y'all for tuning in and listening to us talk shit, listen to me rant about how
Hmm.
shitty our government is.
Yeah, I'm
Tune
just
in next
worried
week,
about what
guys.
next week.
There's
And
yeah, they'll
and
still be
next week,
shitty.
I'm pretty sure that I think that'll be what one more show before the end of Black History Month. So
Yeah,
I have some more stuff for y'all, and it'll probably take a different tone than this week. But I
yeah.
felt this
We
week I had to do it. I had to do it this way for a reason. So
angry black
next,
man and woman telling y'all history. Rawr.
no, next week I'm gonna give y'all some other things from a different perspective. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The lady of the house, Liz, telling y'all melanin is beautiful. And
Thank you, Liz.
if y'all didn't if y'all out here y'all listen to this and y'all not y'all don't know anything about Bad Bunny and you listen to any kind of rap, trap or whatever, go listen to some of Bad Bunny's old stuff. Tell me what you think.
And
I
then
definitely
listen to DTMF in the shower. Don't break your neck dancing, please. Okay, it's slippery in there. If you don't have a bath mat, don't play the song. But if you do, play DTMF in the shower with the lights on. Tell me you ain't gonna get jiggy. Damn, that's my shit. I'm about to play that bitch right now.
Here, I got a song for you. It'll probably get you in trouble if you listen to it in the shower. You'd be
Oh, hell.
dancing around. Got a
See, that's
song
this.
for you. Hey, pull up it's Bad Bunny, Romeo Santos, Daddy Yankee, and Nicky Jam.
That sounds
Bella
dangerous already.
Bella y Sensual. So yeah, that one, I'm telling you.
Baya dancing.
No,
Like
Bella,
Baya.
like in Italian Bella, like
Oh,
BE.
Bella, babe. Okay, Baya. Got you. I thought you were
Yeah.
saying like Balar in like a
No, no, no. Oh,
conjugate version.
no, no, no. So it's like because in Spanish, anytime you have the two consonants like that, the two L's, it makes the ya sound
Yeah.
instead. Uh-huh. So basically, to translate it, it's basically saying beautiful and sensual.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so you got an idea where that song going.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
I'm with
trying
it.
to I'm trying to think who starts off the song. I think Romeo, the smooth one, starts off the song. You know about Romeo, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, so
I done
you
pulled it
already
up
know what
already.
you just know what you're getting into. But yeah, I'm gonna go on ahead and shut it down. Wow, I can't believe we went for a good long show,
We
and
did. We did a
especially
good
if
show.
I'm
We were talking.
hey, I'm glad that y'all are able to let me nerd out on Bad Bunny for a while. If y'all don't know that, like I probably listen to reggaeton more than anything. And so for me in particular, some people Kendrick is their favorite artist and they got to see their favorite artist in the Super Bowl. Kudos to them. I got to see one of my favorite artists in the Super Bowl. And I wish everybody to be able to get to experience that, except for, if you into K-pop. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Not in the Super Bowl. And I stand on that. I'm not gonna bow down to the K-pop army.
No.
And oh yeah, and from people who are more on the hip hop R&B side, Latin music, we are both in agreement that yes, Jay-Z, get a country people they Super Bowl.
Please do.
What even if I'm gonna probably be twiddling on my phone and not really care, and probably not feel that connection to it, whatever. Everybody need to get their representation. That means the country people in the rock too. Now I don't know if Rob Zombie type people y'all gonna get y'all Super Bowl. I don't think that's gonna happen, but sure
Man,
we could
fuck
we could we
that.
could find something, some kind of middle ground.
Corn? Hell yeah. Make corn. Corn,
Maybe
smash some
maybe give
pumpkins.
them Metallica or something.
Oh, fuck yeah. See, I'd even watch that too. See, that's how you know I
I've
listen
watched
real.
that. I thought the Who did a great one. I thought the Who did a great job. I love Coldplay's when they performed in the Super Bowl.
Whoa, that is not rock. I'm talking about. I want some grunge shit. I need some Smashing Pumpkins, some Corn.
Pearl Jam. Get Pearl Jam to do one.
I want that.
I definitely love to see a Pearl Jam. I would Smashing Pumpkins would be cool. I mean, there's some groups out there that they can throw out there. I think it's just a matter of like pleading with you, Jay-Z. Hey, better give a little ground before they take the ground from you. Next thing you know, NFL will be back to just putting on random ass people that don't nobody care about. Like, I'm not ready to see like basically Celine Dion and people like her for the next Super Bowl.
Don't talk about Celine. You know she fucked up.
I'm just saying, I'm not ready to hear back to back Super Bowls like that. I don't want to hear you pull out 98 Degrees. Okay. I don't want to see a Britney Spears. Actually, let me take that back. I wouldn't mind seeing a Britney Spears Super Bowl because I think it has the possibility to be really good or a complete train wreck.
It's Britney, bitch.
I'm down for seeing a train wreck also.
Y'all done got him started.
Well, yeah, that's me being told I need to close the show out.
Oh, heard that.
Don Omar, Wisin Yandel. Those are small, great artists I love. And anyway, that song he's saying that he listens to reggaeton and he starts naming famous artists. Anyway, that is the Political Matrix. Hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Check us out tomorrow on the AM Wake Up Steve Show, 7:30 a.m., 10:30 Eastern Standard, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Come talk some shit. Come listen to us talk shit. Also Monday night, Blunt Force Wisdom, also on Rumble as well. If you can't find the link, follow me on Instagram, voodoo_in_nature. It's up there, my shiz. You can also watch me on TikTok under Google Kitty Fucks. And I'm always here with Marcus on the weekends. Woo.
All right. Everybody, thank y'all. Peace. Enjoy your holiday off if you have it off and don't do anything too crazy. Political Matrix out.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.